Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this particular video we are going to create this full stack Next.js blog application from scratch. We are going to use the latest version of Next.js. We will use Prisma, PostgreSQL, next-auth, firebase and Tailwind CSS. Now if that is not enough, we are also going to use Typescript for this whole application. So let's see what exactly we are going to build. Alright, so as you can see that this will be our home page, and here you are having 4 sections. We also integrate this theme functionality, so on change it will go back to the light and the black theme. So now here first let's see how user can create a new blog. Before that also we will be using this Github next-auth integration. So first obviously user needs to log in to this particular application to create a new blog. So let's see if I click on this logout. So user will be logged out and then they need to log in using their GitHub. Now for this one I'm using GitHub as a provider. If you want you can use other provider also. So now if I click here login, because I already logged in my GitHub account, so it will automatically redirect back to the application. So now let's go to our create page, and here we will be using this image storage functionality. For this one we will store this image into Firebase, and from Firebase whatever link we will be receiving, that we are going to store in our PostgreSQL database. So here you can see that. So now let's say if I now click here and choose a image, let's say this one. So now this will show a loader, and once this is stored into Firebase it will give me the back. And now here let's say I'll add a new block, added something like that, and here you will be able to select a category. So let's say select here science. If I create a new blog here, it will redirect back to the blogs page with the updated list. So here now it will go back to the blogs, and you can see that this is added here. It will also show that by which user these blogs is basically created, and also for that particular user only you will get the delete functionality. So you can see that because this is from a different account, so we are not getting a delete here. If I now click here, this will basically go to the details page, and here also will be using this comment functionality that I'm going to explain later. Now let's go to our search page. So this will be basically a global search. For this one also we are going to use Prisma and PostgreSQL. So let's see if I type something here new and click on search. So we will be getting all the data based on this. So here you can see that this is kind of a global search, and for this one we are going to search this based on this title or description or this application or basically the category here. Now if I now go to the category page, so this will be a dynamic page, and here we will be basically filtering based on the current category. So it will show the current category and also the related blogs based on this category. If I now switch to different category, so here you can see that we don't have any data for this category, so it will show like that, and on click of that you will be able to create a new blog. Let's switch to software. So you can see that this is updated here. If I go to technology, this is updated, and science, this is the new one just now I have created. Alright, now I'll show you one very interesting feature, and that is if I go to blog here and let's go to a new blog here, and you can see that here this will be kind of a real time, although we are doing this one from the client side. What will happen if I now logged in my different account, and I'll show you how this will work in the real time. So let me just logged in my different account here. Alright, so if I now log in here, so I'll give my username and password of my different account. So now here if I give the code, I'll see that I'm already authenticated. So now I'm logged in with my different account. Alright, if I now go to blogs, I see that here I'm not getting any delete here, but if I click here, and you'll see that this will happen on the real time. Alright, now what will happen if I just scroll down and let's say try to add a comment here. So I'll give here hello. If I add here, you'll see that both are happening on the same time. So you can see that this is added by the author. So let's say I'll add something here, hey, and then you can see that both the places this is automatically updated after certain interval. So this is also kind of real-time feature that we are going to integrate in this particular application. Now believe me, there are a lot of things you will learn in this particular app. You'll know how to use Next.js 13, how to integrate Next.js 13 with Prisma, how you can use PostgreSQL database, how to style your app using Tailwind CSS, and also how you can use Firebase storage bucket functionality to store any kind of data. So lot of things you will learn. I'm pretty sure that this project will definitely help you. If you like this particular video, give a like, comment down, and please subscribe to my channel. Let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so let's get started. So you can see that I created a new project. Now these all are the packages that we basically need. We need the Prisma, then we need Firebase, next-auth for the authentication, React icons, React loading spinner, and then also the Next theme. So I'm going to copy all of these. Now let's open another terminal here. So I'll do npm install and I'll paste all of this. Now in the meantime, what we are going to do, we will be basically creating some of the providers that we need. So the first one is that we have to create a theme provider, then we have to create next-auth provider, and those providers we have to basically wrap in our main layout.js file, and also we have to create the context, or basically the global context. So the first thing is that we'll go to source and we'll create another folder, and I'll give this one name as context. Then I'll create another folder and I'll give this one name as providers. Alright, now here I'm going to create index.tsx, and here we are going to create two provider. One will be theme provider, alright, and then there will be next-auth provider. Alright, now here the first thing is that we'll go to our context. Now in the context, what we need to do, the first thing is that we have to create our main global context. Alright, now here we'll first use this one as a use client. Alright, so here the first thing we have to create the global context. So we'll do export const, let's give this one name as global context. Now here we have to use our create context. Alright, now here we are going to pass our initial state. Also we have to pass our context type here. Alright, so this will be context type. Now here how we are going to do that, so we'll take const initial state. Now the first thing what we are going to do for this application, we will be having a global loader state. So that state we are going to right here. So for that one, what we can do, we'll take this one as loading false, and then we are going to use a method. This will be set loading, and for this one we'll keep this one as a method. Alright, now here what we are going to do, we have to create our context type. So what we can do, we can take our type here, and this will be context type. Now here what we have to do, we have to basically define all the type that we are taking in this particular initial state. So the first one will be our loading. So this will be a type of boolean, and then we are having set loading. So this one will be dispatch, that we have to import from React. Now what this will dispatch, this will dispatch a set state action. Alright, now here you have to basically pass the type that this action will dispatch. So you can see that it is dispatching a boolean value. So here you have to pass that this will pass a boolean. If I change this one as a string, right, so this will work, but this is technically wrong. So you have to basically always pass the type that you want to access here. So here we are having the loading. The reason is because I'll show you another thing. So let's now take this one as a global state. So what I'm going to do, I'll do export default function global, we'll do this one as global state. Now this one will receive a children. Now these children will be, so here these children will be a type of React node. Alright, now here what we are going to do, we will be returning this global context dot provider. Alright, now here inside this you have to pass the value. So let's take our first state here. So we'll do const loading set loading, and this will be use state of false. Alright, now here what we have to do, we have to pass value, Now here we'll pass loading and set loading. Alright, if I now go here, you can see that it is basically giving you this error that this is not assignable to type of set state of boolean. The reason is because we are passing string here, so that is the reason you have to pass boolean. Alright, I hope this is clear. So this is all about our global context. Now whatever state we need, we just have to add those state here, then you have to basically define the state here, and then also you have to add the type here. That we are going to do later. Now next, what we are going to do, we also have to create our next-auth provider. So here we'll take this one as a client component because this will use a hook. Now here what we are going to do, we'll do export default function, and we'll do this one as next-auth provider. Now again this will receive children, which will be a type of React node. So this will be React node. Now here again what we are going to do, we are going to return, so this will return a session provider, and here we are going to pass these children. Sorry. Now another thing we have to check, I think we are passing children here, so here also you have to pass the children that we will be receiving. Alright, so this is all about this next-auth provider that we need. Next we are having the theme provider. Now theme provider is basically that next themes package that we have installed. So this one also will be a client component, and here we are going to do export default function, make this one as a theme provider. Now here also this will receive children, which will be type of React node. Alright, now here, sorry, this will return, so this will return this theme provider, or let's give this a name as next theme provider. So this will be theme provider from next themes, and here we are going to pass these children. Now we have to pass some properties here. So the first one is that attribute, this will be a class. Then you have to pass enable system, so this we are going to make this one as false, and also you have to pass a default theme, so default theme will be dark. Alright, so here we are getting some warning, React refers to a event with global, but the current file is a module, consider adding a import instead. Alright, okay, so let's do one thing, we'll do import star as React from React, and here we are going to use this react.react node. Alright, so this is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, we'll go to our main layout.tsx. Alright, so here the first thing what we are going to do, we'll remove this, and then let's import all of this. So first I'm going to import next-auth provider, and also let's copy this. So this will be next theme provider, and this will be from /theme provider. Alright, also you have to import the global state. So the first thing is that I'll remove this one from here, and this will be next theme provider. Now inside this we are going to pass next-auth provider. Also you have to import the global state, and here we are going to pass this children. That's it, and this is done. Alright, so this is all about our basic structure that we need. So we have created our theme provider, we have created our next-auth provider, and also we have created our main global context. Alright, so now in the next video what I'm going to do, I have already created some Tailwind config, so I'm going to use those same, because we are not going to write all of this because it will take a lot of time. And also I created some global CSS. Now in the next video what we are going to do, first we have to start working on the next-auth functionality. So for that one we are going to first implement our header and some of the reusable components, for example button and the spinner, and after that we will be integrating the next-auth. And for this particular application we are going to use GitHub as a provider. So let's do that in the next part. Hey everyone, welcome back. So you can see that what I have done, I basically added some of the config for this Tailwind CSS. So we have added this dark mode, which will be class, then we are having some theme, some colors, and some of the screens. Alright, Now here, next thing what we are going to do, basically we will be creating some of the reusable components. So for example, button spinner that we will be using throughout this particular application. So inside source, I'm going to create another folder, and let's give this a name as components. Now here I'll create a first component which will be button, and also I'm going to create another component which will be our spinner. Now here let's give this one as index.tsx. Same, this will be index.tsx. Alright, now here let's close everything else. Now here first thing we'll do export default function. This will be button. Now this will receive two things. The first thing is the text, and second one will be a on click prop. Alright, so text will be text which will be a string, and here we'll take on click. So on click will, for now we'll keep this one as void. Alright, now here let's return a button, and this will basically render the text, and here we'll take on click which will be our on click method. Now here we'll take some class name. Now this will be a common class name, so the same button we are going to use in all the places. We'll do rounded MD, then we'll do BG primary, and then we'll do PY of 4, PX of 9, we'll do text base, then we'll do font medium, we'll do text as white, we'll do transition. Alright, we'll do a duration of 300, we'll do ease in out, and for hover what we are going to do, we'll do BG opacity of 80. Alright, and for hover we are going to do shadow. I think this is fine. Let me just check the Tailwind config, and here we are having this sign up, so I think this one we can use. So we'll do hover shadow sign up. Alright, so this is one component that we need. Now next thing we need basically is spinner. Now spinner is basically the loader we will be showing whenever we load the page for the first time, if there are some kind of loading state. So here what I'm going to do, this will be a client component. Now here I'm going to do export default function, and let's give this a name as spinner. Now this will not receive any prop, so here I'm going to simply return the progress bar. So this is from the React loading spinner package that you have installed, and here you have to pass some of the properties. So first thing I'm going to pass a height of this will be string 120, then we'll do width of 120, then we'll pass a wrapper class, I think we can pass, and also you can pass the border color. Border color will make this one as black, and bar color, sorry, this will be bar color, I'll make this one as white. Alright, also you can pass a area label here, sorry, area label, and we'll give this one name as like common loader, something like that, and I think for now this is fine. Alright, so these two components that we need. Now next thing what we are going to do, we will be start working on the header component. Alright, so let's go to our components, let's create another folder, and I'll give this one name as header. Let's create index.tsx. Now this will be a client component. Alright, so here we'll give export default function header. Alright, now here first let's create the structure. So we'll return some div, and we'll take a header here. Alright, now here we are going to use some class name, so let's give a class name. So here let's take template literals here, so I'm going to make this one as top 0, left also 0, we'll do flex, w full, we'll do item center, bg transparent. Now here we have to basically make this one sticky whenever user will scroll. So for this one we are going to take a state here, so I'm going to take another state, so I'll make this one as sticky, and set sticky. This one will be use state, and for this one we are going to pass a boolean value, so this will be false. Alright, now here what we are going to do, we'll create a method. So this will be function handle sticky navbar, and here we are going to check if window dot scroll y, if this is greater than or equal to 80. So in this case what we're going to do, we'll do set sticky as true, else this set sticky will be false. Now we have to call this method. So for this one we will take use effect and we'll add a event listener. Alright, and this will be obviously on scroll, and we have to pass this handle sticky navbar. That's it. Now here, now what we are going to do, we'll give enter, and we are going to check if this sticky, if this is true. In that case we have to give certain class name, or else, sorry, here or else this will be always absolute. So we'll take fixed. I'm not going to discuss all of this. Alright, now this will definitely take a lot of time, so I'm going to write all of this. So we'll take bg of white, then we'll take bg opacity of 80, then we'll take shadow. I think there is a class name shadow sticky. Yeah, then we'll take backdrop, we'll do blur sm. Alright, then we'll do a transition. What else? For dark theme we are going to make this one as bg primary, and for dark we are going to do a bg opacity of 20. Let's format this, and I think this is fine. Now next we are going to take another div here. We'll give a class name of container. Alright, and here we'll take another div. We'll take class name, we'll make this one as relative, then we'll do minus mx of 4, we'll do flex item center and justify between. Alright, now after this we are going to take another div, and here we are going to take a link. Alright, so let me just import it. So we are going to import something from next/link, and this will be, sorry, this will be link. Alright, now here first what we can do, we can basically pass here next blog. This is basically our heading, and here we have to give the href, which will be slash. Alright, now here before that we'll take some class name for this div. So we'll do a width of 60, we'll do max w full, we'll do px of 4, and for excel we'll do mr of 12. For this link we are going to take a class name. So here we'll take this one template literals, we'll do text of 30px, we'll do font extra bold, we'll do cursor as pointer. Alright, we'll do block, we'll do w full, then we are going to basically check if sticky, if this is true. So we are going to pass here py of 5 and large py of 2, or else this will be py of 8. Now let's format all of this, let's save it. Let's see what exactly we are getting for this particular header section. So we'll go here, because this header will be common, so we can basically import this header here, and then we're going to pass these children here. Let's save this, let's see. So we are getting this one here, this is fine, you can see that. Now another thing what we can do, we can go to our main page dot tsx, and we can remove all of this from here for now, and let's take a div here and we'll do home page, something like that. Alright, now next thing what we are going to do, I think this is now fine. Now let's go here and let's add some class name for this body also. So for dark, we're going to make the BG as black. Awesome. So now this is fine. Now next thing, we have to create the menus here, and on the right side we'll be having the button and also a theme toggler. So on click of that, you have to switch from dark theme to light theme and the vice versa. Alright, so now next we have to create all the menu items. So we'll take another div here and let's take a class name. So for this one, we're going to make flex w full item center justify between, and we'll do px of 4. Alright, now here we'll take another div, and here we are going to take a button. Now this button is basically will show for the mobile devices. Alright, now here we have to create another method. Now this is basically to toggle between that navbar section. So whenever user will go to the mobile section, instead of showing all the menus here, will show 3 icon, and on click of that you have to show the menus here. So for this one, we are going to take another state here. So what we can do, we'll do const navbar open set navbar open. This will be again use state of boolean, and we're going to make this one as false. Now here we'll do another method. So we'll do function handle navbar toggle, something like that. And here we are going to just make this set navbar open will be not equal to navbar open. That's it. Alright, so now let's create this button. So we'll go here. Now for this one, we're going to first pass a on click method, which will be handle navbar toggle. Also we're going to give a ID, so this will be navbar toggler, something like that. Alright, and let's give a area label. Let's go to area label, and this will be for our mobile menu. And also we're going to take a class name. So we'll do this one as absolute. We'll do right of 4. We'll do top of 1/2. We'll do block. We'll do translate y of minus 50%. Alright, we'll do rounded large. We'll do px of 3. We'll do py of 6px. We'll do here ring primary. Then we'll do focus. We're going to do ring of 2, and for large, obviously you have to make this one as hidden. So we will be able to only see this one for the mobile devices. So that is the reason we are making for large, it will be always hidden. Now here what we are going to do, we'll create 3 span. This 3 span is basically 3 line. Alright, so we can self close all of this. Now for all of this, you have to use the class name. So we'll use here template literals. So we'll make this one as relative. We'll do my of 1.5. We'll do block. Then we'll do height of we'll do this one as 0.5. Alright, we'll do width of 30px. We'll do bg as black. We'll do transition all. Alright, we'll do a duration of 300. Then we'll do for dark, we are going to make bg as white. Also now here we are going to check if this navbar open, if this is true. So for this one, we are going to make top as how much we'll do this one as 7px, and also we are going to make a rotate as 45 degree. Alright, or else this will be empty. Now let's format this. I'm going to copy exactly the same element and paste it 2 times. Now the only difference will be for this one, we are going to make opacity as 0, and for this one we are going to make this one as 8px, minus 8px, and we'll do minus 45 degree. That's it. Alright, now after this button we are going to take a nav. Now here we'll give a ID. So we'll do navbar collapse. Alright, so let's use some class name for this one. So the first thing, we are going to make this one as absolute. We'll do right of 0, then we'll z of 30, width as 250 px. We'll do rounded, then we'll do border 0.5 px. What else? We are going to do bg of white. We'll do border body color, and then next we are going to do py of 4. Then we'll do px of 6. We'll do a duration of 300. For dark, we are going to do border body color. We have to do border body color divided by 20. Next, we are going to do dark. For dark, we are going to do bg of black. Alright, we'll do bg of dark, not black. Next, we'll do large visible. Then we are going to do large static. We'll also do for large width as auto. For large, we are going to do border as none. For large, we are going to do bg as transparent, which will be important. So this basically means this will add the important. Alright, now next, what else we are going to do? For large, we are going to do p of 0. For large, we are going to do opacity of 100. Alright, now next thing what we are going to do, here we'll check. So we'll take here if navbar open, if this is true. So here we are going to make this one as visible. We'll do top as full, and we'll do opacity as 100. Or else we are going to do this one as invisible. We'll do top as 120%, and we'll do opacity as 0. Alright, so this is all the classes we need. Now inside this, we are going to take a eval, and here we'll take a class name. So for this one, we're going to do block. For large, we'll do this one as flex, and for large, we are going to make this one as space x of 12. Alright, now here we have to create the menus. Now for this one, what we are going to do, we'll create another folder here, and we'll keep this one name as utils. And here I'll create another file, and let's give this one name as index.ts. Alright, now here what we are going to do, the first thing is that we'll export menu items. This menu items is basically will be combination of all the name, ID, and the route path that we will be having. So let's see. So first we'll be having a ID, which will be home. Then let's make this one as small. Then we are having a label, which will be as home. Alright, now let's copy this and we'll paste it. So we are having category, then we are having blogs, and then we are having search. So this will be category. Alright, this will be blogs, and this will be our search. Alright, so also add another property. So let's add a path property here. So this will basically go to /home, then not home, this will go to only /, then this will be /category. Later we are going to change this. I'll explain why. Next, this will go to /blogs, and then we are having this is to search page. Also let's create some types. So here create another file, and this one will be types.ts. Alright, so let's start with our first interface. So this will be export interface, and let's give this one name as menu item. So the first, this will consist of a string, then it will have a, so we are having ID, then we are having label. so this will be a label which will also will be a string, and then we are having path which will also will be a string. So here what we are going to do, so this will be menu item. All right, now these menu items we are going to map here, so in our header component. So now let's go to our header component. Now here what we are going to do, so we'll take another, first we'll basically map it, so we'll do menu items dot map, so this will be item. All right, now here we can basically pass the type which will be our, here we'll take item which will be of type menu item. All right, now here what we are going to do, we are going to return a li. Now here we are going to render the item dot label. Also we are going to take a key here, so key will be item dot id. All right, we are going to take a class name, so for this one we'll do this one as group, and we'll do this one as relative. Now inside this, let's do one thing, let's take a link here, and inside this link we are going to render this item dot label, and here we are going to pass the href. Now here we are going to pass this item dot path as this href. All right, and also let's take a class name, so we are going to do this one as, so we'll do flex py of 2, we'll do text base, we'll do text dark, then we'll do group hover, we'll do opacity as 70, then we'll do for dark, we'll do text as white. All right, for large we are going to do margin right of 0, for large we'll do inline flex, for large we are going to do py of 6, for large we are going to do px of 0. Now let's format all of these. Now let's save it, let's see what we are getting. All right, so you can see that we are having home, category, blogs and such, and this is looking fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, we will be basically having here some buttons. So on the right side we have to render some buttons. So what we are going to do, let's do one thing. After this we are going to take another div, and we'll take a class name, so we'll do this one as flex, we'll do gap of 4, we'll do item center, we'll do justify end, pr of 16, for large we'll do pr of 0. All right, now here we are going to basically will be having two button, but for that one we have to give certain condition, but for now that is fine because we haven't implemented the next-auth yet. So we are going to import the button component, and here we are going to pass a text property, so this will be a create. So here we are going to basically will be creating the blocks, and this will obviously take an on click method. All right, so for now we'll just keep something like this, we'll change this one. Next we'll copy this and we'll paste it here, so this will be our, for now we'll give this one as login. All right, now I think this is fine. Now let's save it, let's see what we are getting. Awesome, so you can see that we are getting create and login button. Now also here we have to create another thing, and that is we have to create the theme toggler. So here we'll take another div, and let's take a class name, so here we'll do flex gap of 3, we'll do item center. I think gap is not required here, this is fine, or let's give a gap. Now next here we are going to create our theme toggler. Now let's do one thing, let's create another folder here, and we'll give this one as theme. All right, here we are going to do index.tsx. Now this one will be a client component. Now here this will be export default function, this will be theme toggler. All right, and this toggler for now we'll do return div, we'll do theme, and this one we are going to basically import here, so this will be theme toggler. All right, and I think this is fine. Let's save it, let's refresh this, so you're getting theme here, and this is fine. So now let's start working on this theme component. All right, so here the first thing what we are going to do, we'll take a state here, Now why we are not taking all of this straight in our context, because these states we are not going to use throughout the application. Alright, so that is the reason, because this is related to only this particular component, so we will be managing those in the individual component only. Alright, now if you want, definitely you can create these states in our context. I'm not talking about these components, this is a general concept. Now here what we are going to do, we will be using a hook from that next theme package that we have installed. Now how this will basically work, if you see here, we are going to this theme provider, we are giving this default theme as a dark, and this theme provider is basically wrapped in our main layout.tsx, if you remember. Now whatever will basically on click of any button or any icon will change the dark theme to light theme, and the vice versa. These will basically automatically apply in our whole application. So for this one, what we are going to do, you have to import something from this use theme. Alright, now this one you have to basically import, so this will be import something from next theme, and the hook name is use theme. Alright, now here this will basically give us a theme, and also this will give us a set theme. You can see that. Now here what we are going to do, we'll take a button, so let's take a button here. Now here what we will do, we'll take a on click method. Now here we'll basically do set theme, and here we'll check if this theme, if this is a dark theme, so here we are going to make this one as light, or else this will be dark, as simple as that. Alright, and also we are going to take some icon here, so let's take some icon. So let's search for dark here, let's see what we are getting. Let's copy this, so we'll do import something from react icon /md, and we'll paste it here. And also let's search for light, let's see what we are getting. Let's search for sun. Yeah, I think this is fine. So we'll import something from react icons / so let me just paste it, so this will be /bs. Alright, now let's first use this both the here, so we'll do md dark mode, and also we are having bs sun fill. Alright, now here what we are going to do, so for this one we'll use a class name, or let's do one thing, let's use a div here, and inside this div we are going to use this same for this icon also, and here we are going to give some class name to this particular div. So what we can do for this one, we are going to make, we'll use a dark theme, and for dark we are going to make this one as hidden. Alright, and let's copy this. For this one we are going to make dark, we are going to make this one as block. Alright, and I think this is fine. Now let's save it, let's see what we are getting, and based on that we'll change. So let's refresh this. Alright, so this is fine. So you're getting some error here. Fail to execute add on the token provide light contain HTML space characters. Alright, okay, so this is wrong. Alright, so now I think this should work, so let's see. So if I now go back, so you can see that this is now switching the theme, but we are getting both the icons. So let's give a condition here instead of like this. So we'll do something like this: if theme is equal to dark, so we will show this icon in that case, or else we'll show this md dark mode, and we can remove this part. We'll make this one simple. If I now save this, now let's see. Alright, now let's see, let's give some size for this also. So we'll give a size of 30, and let's save it. Let's see. Awesome. Alright, so now let's see for small devices. Awesome. So you can see that everything is working fine. So now I think this is done. So now next thing what we are going to do, On click of this login, you have to go to the GitHub login page, and after that you have to basically complete the authentication using next-auth package, and whatever data we will be receiving, that we have to store in our session, or basically your next-auth session. For this one we are going to use these GitHub apps. So in the next part we are going to create a new app and we will be completing the next-auth authentication. So let's do that in the next video. Alright everyone, so let's start integrating the next-auth. So we are going to use the GitHub as I already mentioned. So let's create a new GitHub app. So you have to basically come to your GitHub settings. Now if you want, you can use other provider also. So let's create on this new GitHub app. So here I have to provide my password. So I'll provide my password here. Alright, let's give here what we can do, Next.js blog 2023. And for now you have to give homepage URL. So I'll just copy this and I'll paste it here. Same, we can give this callback URL, and webhook I'll just deactive for now, and only this account, and then just create this GitHub app. Now this will give us a client secret and this client ID that we have to basically use. Now if you already watched some of my videos, I've already integrated this next-auth, so you already have some idea. So now let's go here. Now what we are going to do, the first thing is that we have to create a API route for this particular next-auth section. So whenever we'll create a API, you have to create inside this app. So we'll create an API folder, and here I'll create another folder. Let's give this one name as auth. Now inside this I'll create another folder, and here you have to specifically give this name. So I'll give this one name as, so this will be a catch-all route. So here this will be next-auth, and inside this I'm going to create our route.ts. Alright, let's close everything else. Now here we have to create our auth options. So we'll do here auth options, and this is very easy to integrate. Now this auth option will be type of auth options. Now this one we have to import. So we'll do import something from next-auth. So this will be auth options. Alright, now here you have to pass the providers. Now provider, you can obviously pass multiple providers. For now I'll just pass GitHub provider, so that also you have to import. So we'll do import from, so this will be next-auth slash providers slash GitHub. Alright, and let's give this one name as GitHub provider. Alright, so let's copy this, and here I'll pass it here. Now here you have to pass the client ID and the client secret ID. So client ID you have to pass, and also client secret ID. So let's go here, let's copy this. Now you can create your own, and please use your own secret ID. Alright, I'll pass it here. Sorry, this will be client ID, and then here I'll create or generate a new secret. Now this one I can copy, then I'll pass it here. Alright, now what else we need to do, whenever we'll click on this button and it will go to the GitHub login page, once I will provide my credential there, then it will basically come back to callback. And inside the callbacks you can do a lot of things. For example, you can use the sign in method. We are going to use the session method. So here what I'm going to do, I'll take a callbacks. Alright, now here we are going to use async method, and this will be session. Now you can see that this is already giving the session property. Now here this session will give us a session, and also this will give us a token. For now I'll pass any property here. Now here what we are going to do, we will basically do here session dot user. So this will give us a user dot name property, and what we are going to do, whatever name we will be receiving, we are going to append the ID, or basically the sub that we will be receiving from this token. So let's see how we are going to do that. So here we will basically do session dot, so we'll do user dot name, and then we are going to take underscore, and we'll append this token dot sub. Alright, and at the end we are going to return the session. Now here what we'll do, we will also pass a secret key here. So we'll pass some default secret key. That's it. So this is done. Next we'll create our next-auth, a variable which will be our next-auth. So this also you have to import. So we are going to import next-auth from next-auth/next. Now here this will take a auth option, so you can see that this is giving error here. So you have to pass the we have to pass the auth options, and then at the end we are going to export this next-auth as get, and also this next-auth as post, and this is done. Alright, now this will basically, first what this does, this will basically check that how many providers that you are using. So you're using Github providers, so you have to give correct client ID and secret ID. Based on that, whatever information or login credential you will give, if that is correct, so it will come back to this callback. Inside these callbacks, whatever you are doing, so you're using the session property which will give you a session. Inside this session you will be having the name, image and other things also. Also this will give us a token. So what we are doing, we are basically appending this name with this user ID or UID that we'll be receiving. So we'll see how this is working. So let's log here this session also, and also this token. Now what we are going to do, so we'll save it. So let's go to our header, and here I'm going to import something. So we'll do import something from next-auth, and here I'm going to import, you have to import it from the React package, I think. So here I'm going to import the sign in, and also you're going to use the sign out. Alright, so now let's give here, first I'm going to give here sign in. Alright, so you can see that we are getting some error here. Alright, so we'll just, that's it. So now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. So I go here. Now I'll I think we have given in the wrong place. Sorry, my bad. I have to give it here, and here pass something like this. That's it. So now let's click on this login and let's see what is happening. So you can see that it's going to this sign in page. This is the callback URL. I'll click on the sign in with GitHub. This is asking for the permission, so whether I want to authorize this blog app or not. So obviously I want to, if I click here, so I'm already logged in, so it will not ask for any credentials. So you can see it's redirected back, and we are getting some error. Let's see what is the error we are getting here. Alright, so this is some different error. So first we'll see what is happening here. Let's see. So you can see that we are getting a user, with we are getting the name of the user, also we are getting the image, and here if you see we are getting this sub in this token. So this sub is basically the user ID, and this is very, very important. So now what we are doing, we are basically adding this one with this sub. Alright, so now this data we will be basically receiving from in our session. So now let's see how this will work. So if I now go here, and now let's import something. So this will be data from the session, which will be use session, and this one we have to import from this one. And now let's see what we are getting in this session. Let's save it and let's see. So you can see that we are getting this user, and here you are getting the user, this image you are receiving, and also the name. So name is basically the combination of the username and also the user ID. This is basically we are getting from the token. Alright, so now why I'm adding this underscore here, so whatever we need, we just have to split it, and based on that we'll be getting the user ID and also the name at one place. So this is the main idea. Now we are getting the session data. So if the session data is already present, that means the user is authenticated. So what we need to do is make this one as log out, so login will not come also. So for this one, what we can do, so we can simply check here, sorry, not here. So we'll do if the session is not equal to null. So in this case, we are going to call the sign out method, or else this will be sign in. Also here the same thing. So text, we are going to check if this session is not equal to null. So this will be, so this will be log out, or else this will be login. Now let's save it. Now let's see. So now we are getting log out. If I now do log out, alright everyone, so I think this is done. There is one thing that we are getting this particular error. So for this one, what we can do, basically whenever this session will be undefined, so for the first time when the authentication will be in the loading phase, the session will be undefined. So in that case, we already created a spinner component, so we can basically render a spinner component until unless the session will be finalized. So what we can do, I think we already have this spinner component. So let's do one thing. So here we will use a class name, or let's use a style property, wrapper style, and here we'll do this one as display as block, and we'll do margin as auto. Alright, let's save this. Now what we can do, we can go here and let's copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Also you have to import this, so we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. We can remove this. Now what we can do, we can basically check if the session is equal to undefined. So we are going to return the spinner component. That's it. Now let's save this. Now let's see. Alright, now you can see that we are getting spinner and now we are getting the data here. If I now click on logout, let's see. Alright, now this is login. Let's click on login. And also another thing we can do, let's go here and let's go to our sign in. Here we can pass the provider and we'll pass this one as GitHub. Let's see now. Alright, so now this is login. Let's click on this login. And now you can see that it is directly going, and now this is logout. If I click on logout, this will be a login. Now if the user is not authenticated, so in that case user will not be able to create a new block, so we have to hide this. So this we can do very easily. So we can check here if the session is equal to or let's do not equal to null. So we are going to render this, or else this will be null, and this is done. So now let's save this. So you're not able to see this. Let's click on this login. So now you're getting the create button here. So now the navbar is completed. Next-auth authentication is also completed. So in the next video we will be start working on this create functionality. Before that we have to do a lot of things. So first thing is that we have to create our Prisma schema. Also you have to set up our PostgreSQL database. So that we are going to do in the next part. Alright everyone, so let's start working on this create blog page. So let's go to our app folder, and here I'm going to create a new page, and this will be create. Now let's create our page.tsx. Now let's close everything else. Now this will be a client component. So this will be export default function create. Alright, now here let's return some div. We are going to take a section. Let's remove this div here. Alright, now for this section we are going to take some class name. So we'll do here overflow hidden. We'll do py of 16, md py of 20, and large py of 28. Alright, now here inside this we are going to take a div. We'll give a class name. We'll give this one as a container. Now here we'll take another div, we'll take class name, we'll do minus mx of 4, we'll do flex and flex wrap. Inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll do this one as w full, and we'll do px of 4. Now inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, so we'll do this on mb of 12, we'll do rounded md, we'll do bg primary of 3%. Now here we'll do py of 11, px of 8, let's make this one as 10. Then we'll do for dark, we'll do bg dark, then we'll do smp of 55px, large mb of 5, large px of 8, and xlp of 55px. Let's format this. Alright, now inside this we are going to take a h2, and here we'll give create your own blog post, something like that. Now here we are going to take a class name, so we'll do mb of 3, we'll do text 2xl, we'll do font bold, text black, we'll do dark text white, we'll do sm text 3xl, large text 2xl, and xl text 3xl. Let's format this, let's save it. Now let's see, now let's go to our create. Now on click of this you have to go to the create page, so that part also we need to do. So let's go to our header, so I'm going to import, so I'll take const router equal to use router. So we are going to import this one from, this will be next/navigation, and this will be use router. So now we'll go here, and this will be router.push, and this will go to create. Let's save it. Now let's click here, let's see. Alright, so you're getting create your own blog post, this is fine. So now we'll go here. So after this what we are going to do, we'll take another div here. Now here we have to basically create all the form controls. So first we'll take another div, here we'll take this one as flex, sorry, we'll do class name, we'll do flex gap of 3. Now for this one we will be basically having this input for the file upload. Alright, so we'll take another div here, and we'll take label, and we'll make this one as upload block image, something like that. And for class name we're going to do mb of 3, block text sm, font medium, then we'll do text dark, and for dark we're going to do text white. Alright, now after this label we are going to take a input. Now for this one we are going to take a id, so this will be file input, something like that, and this will only accept, so we are going to only upload image. Then we'll give a max, so we'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6. Then we'll give a type of file, also you have to give a on change, but for now this is fine. And also let's take a class name, so here we'll do w full mb of 8, we'll do rounded md, sorry, we'll do rounded md, we'll do border transparent, we'll do py of 3, px of 6, we'll do text base, we'll do text body color, we'll do placeholder body color, then we are going to do shadow 1, then we'll do outline none. What else we'll do? For focus we're going to do border primary. Alright, for focus visible we are going to make shadow as none. For dark we are going to use this class name. So for dark, we'll do bg of has 242b51. Then we are going to use a dark and we'll do shadow sign up. Alright, now also after this we will be having another section here, but for now this is fine. So we have to now create the basically create the form controls. So for this one we'll take a div here. Now we'll do a class name. So for this one we'll do -mx of 4, we'll do flex and flex wrap. Now here either we can create our form controls or we can basically directly create or basically render individually all the form controls. So we basically will be having 3 inputs. One will be to add the blog title, second will be to add the blog description, and the last one will be to select the blog category. Alright, so what we can do basically here, let's do one thing, let's create our form controls, and I think in that way it will be easy. What I'll do, I'll already have those configs created, so I'll just copy paste in the util files and then I'll explain what basically I have done there. Alright everyone, so you can see that I just copied this form control. So here we are having id, label, placeholder, type, component, either this is input, text area or select, and then there will be options. Alright, also we are having categories. So mainly we are having these categories: application, data, software, technology, science. If you want you can definitely add these categories here based on your choice. Now what we need to do, we have to basically create these types. So we'll go to types here and then I'll just create 2 interface here. So the first one I'll create this one as option. So if you go here you can see that this option, so here we are having value and label. So here we'll be having label which will be a string, also we'll be having value which will be a string. Next we are having export interface form control item. So here we are mainly having 6 properties. So we'll copy this, we'll paste it here, and now what we'll do, so we'll change this one by one. So option will be type of option here, then component will be string, this will be also a string, this is also a string, this is also a string, and this will be string. Now what we can do, we can simply import this, and also you can import this one, and this is done. So now what we are going to do, we'll basically map these form controls, and based on this component type we are going to identify if this is the input or text area or select, and based on that we are going to render those in our UI. Alright, so here now what we are going to do, whatever form controls that we have created, so we are going to map those form controls. So we'll do form controls.map. So this will be control. Alright, so now here what we are going to do, so first we will return a div here. So let's close this. So let's give a class name. So for this div we are going to give a wfull and also use a px of 4. Inside this we are going to render the control dot label, and for this label we are going to use some class name. So we'll give a mb of 3, we'll do this one as block, we'll do text sm, we'll do font medium, and also we are going to do text as dark, and for dark mode we are going to do text as white. That's it. So this is all about the label we need. Now what we are going to do, so remember we have basically used this component, so this will basically give us the type, whether this is the input, text area or select, and based on that we are going to render different input type. So here what we can basically check, if this control dot component, if this is equal to input, so we are going to render a input component, so this will render a input. Or else we are going to check if control dot component is equal to text area, so we are going to render a text area. All right. Or else if control dot component is equal to select, so we are going to render a select component, or else this will be null. Now let's do one thing. So for this input we have to take the type, because we are having only one. I think we also have taken type here, so we can basically pass this one as control dot type. Awesome. Now next we have to take some on change and value, but for that we have to take some state, so that we are going to do in a minute. Before that we have to pass the placeholder, which will be control dot placeholder. All right. And also we are going to use a class name. So what we can do, we can basically use the same class name that we are using here. So we'll paste it here, same one. So I think this is done. Now same thing we are going to basically use for this one also. So we'll pass the type placeholder. So let's copy this and we'll pass it here. Now here we can pass, we don't have to pass type here, placeholder is fine. We have to pass another property, that is rows. This will be rows, so we are going to pass this one as 5. All right. Another thing we have to pass, and that is name. So for this one we are going to do control dot we are having the id, so id we are going to use as a name. Same we can use here also. All right. And I think this is done. And for this one for this one we can use the same style, but let's first do it for this select. So for this select also we are going to use the following thing. So first we'll pass the name, so name will do control dot id, then we'll do placeholder, we'll do this one as control dot placeholder. All right. Then also you have to use some class name, so I think we can use the same class name that we are using here, so we'll paste it. Another thing, if you noticed here that I'm not focusing much on CSS, because our prime objective is to understand how basically we can integrate this Prisma, PostgreSQL and next-auth, firebase, all of these in one project. All right. So that is the reason I'm not doing so much of fancy CSS. If you want, you can obviously add by your own. All right. Next what we are going to do, I think for now this is fine. We have to basically render the option. So first I'll take one option, so this will be option, and here I'm going to pass the value as empty. And here what else, you have to pass a id, so id also I'm going to pass as empty, and this will be select. So next what we can do, we'll take control dot option, if this is and I think this will be, we can directly map here. So this will be option item, and this will return option. So this will be option item dot, we are having label, and here we can pass the id, which will be option item dot value, and we are going to pass the value. So for value also we are going to pass the same, so this will be option item dot value. Let's format all of this. Now another thing what we need to do, for this text area also you have to pass some style. So we'll do a class name, so we are going to do a w as full, we'll do resize none, we'll do rounded md, we'll do border transparent, and I think most of the styles we are using the same only, so I think rest we can copy from here. So let's copy the same thing. So we're going to copy from here and we can paste it here, and I think this is fine. Let's format all of this, let's save it, let's see what we are getting. All right, so I think now this is fine. The only thing, we are having some thing here. Let me just check why this is happening. So we are having this one. Okay, this is flex. Let's do one thing, we'll make this one as flex, direction as column. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right, now this is nice. So what we can do, we can go here and here we'll do flex call. That's it. Now let's refresh this. Awesome. Now this is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, and also we have to render some button here, correct? So we can go here and let's go down. So after this null, so here after this we'll take another div here, we'll give a class name, we'll do w full and px of 4. We're going to import the button component, we'll pass text which will be create new blog, something like that, and we're going to pass a one click method. For now I'll just pass a empty method here. Let's save it, let's see what we are getting. Awesome, so we are getting create new blog. So I think this structure is now completed. What next we need to do? So as I already told you, whatever image we will be basically choosing here, that we are going to store in our firebase, and once we'll get the response back, that data we are going to store in our PostgreSQL database. So you can see that I'll create a new project here. So let's give this one as Next.js blog Typescript 2023. Let's click on continue. We'll select default account, create. Now this will take some time. Alright, so in the meantime what we can do, we can go here. Now next thing what we are going to do, we'll create another state in our context. Now this state will be to handle this form data. Now if you want, you can definitely handle this state in that particular component also. The reason is because we are not going to use this form data in some other places. Alright, so first let's see, I think this is done. First let's complete this functionality here. So I think this is done. Now if you click on this wave here, really you have to give some name. So let's give some name here, Next.js blog 2023 register app. So this will basically give you a firebase config, and the same config you have to use. Alright, so this part we have already done, and now you can see that this is given this config here. So this config I'm going to copy, and then we will go to our main utils, and then we are going to export this one. That's it. Alright, now let's click on continue to console. We'll go to build, and then we'll go to our storage. Now we'll click on this get started, do start in test mode, and click on next, and then this is fine. Now this is done. So this will basically create a default bucket, and this will also give us a storage URL, and that URL you have to basically use that in which location you want to store that particular asset, or basically the image. Alright, so this is done. Now next let's do one thing. Let's go to our context, and then we are going to basically clear that form. I think there are some error. Let's select something, some other. Yeah, I'll select this one. Let's click on done. Alright, I think there are some issue with this. Alright, so this is done. So now let's go to our context, and we are going to create the state for this particular form handle. So for this one you also have to create interface. So we'll create another one. So we'll do export interface, and we'll give this one name as blog form data. Alright, so here we'll be having a title which will be string, then we are having description which will also be a string, then we are having image which will be a string, and at the end we are having category which will be a string. Alright, so this is done. Now let's go to our context. So here what we are going to do, first I'll close everything else. So we'll start from this context type. So I'm going to add two more here. So the first next one will be form data. So form data will be type of blog form data. Then there will be set form data. So this one I'll copy from here. So this will dispatch type of this blog form data. Next we'll create here initial state. Alright, so what we can do, let's do one thing. We'll do here export const initial blog form data, and we can do this one in our this utils. So here we'll do title, which will be empty. Then we are having description, which will be empty. Image also will be empty, and category will also be empty. So here we'll take here form data, which will be initial blog form data. Also we'll do set form data, which will be method. Alright, so this is done. Next thing, we have to create this state here. So we'll create here form data and then set form data. So this will be use state of, we'll do initial blog form data, and then we have to pass this one in our main global context, and this is done. Alright, now let's save it. So now what we are going to do, you can see that we already got this URL here. So now the first thing is that we have to handle this image. So we are going to store this in this Firebase storage bucket, and once we'll get the URL back, and that URL we are going to store in our database. Alright, so let's start working on that part. Alright, so let's go back and let's go to our create component. Now I'll close everything else here. So you can see that we are having this input here. So here I'm going to take a onChange method, and I'll do handle blog image change. Alright, now here what I'm going to do, so this one will create this method here. So this will be async function. Alright, so here we have to take our event, which will be react.change event, and here I'm going to pass HTML input element. So this event will basically give us all the files that we want to access. So first let's log here this event.target.files. Alright, so let's see what exactly we are getting in these files here. So we'll go here, let's open inspect, we'll go to console. So let's choose something. So I'll choose this from here. So you can see that we are getting this 0th this index, that this data we are going to basically store or basically pass another in another helper function, and from there we are going to call some of the methods of Firebase, and that will store that image into our Firebase storage bucket. So let's see how we are going to basically do that. So we'll go here, and now here I'm going to do const save image to Firebase, and this will be await, and I'm going to do handle image save to Firebase, and here we are going to pass this event.target.files of 0th index. Now let's quickly create this method. So I'll do async function handle image save to Firebase. This will get the file. I'll give this one as any, and this is fine. So I think we're getting some error, this possibly null. Alright, so this can be null. So what we can do, we can give some check here. So if event.target.files if not equal to, then we are going to return. Alright, so this is fine. Another thing what we need to do, we have to store some kind of loading state. Alright, so for this one we can go to our context, or I think that one we can manage in this component only. So what we can do, we can simply take here image loading set image loading, and this will be equal to use state. This will be a boolean value, and I'm going to pass this one as false. So here we are going to make this set image loading as true. Alright, and then what we are going to do, if this is not equal to null, if this save image to Firebase empty, sorry not null, then first we are going to make this as false, and then after that what we need to do, alright, so we have to return something here. Alright, so let's return some empty for now. Yeah, I think that then it is fine. So but before that we have to also handle all of this. So I think we already handle the Firebase config. So here now first thing what we need to do is to create the Firebase app. So we'll do app const app here, and this will be equal to, so we have to import initialize app, so this one, and here we have to basically pass the firebase config. Alright, next we have to create the storage, and this will be equal to get storage. Now here we have to pass this app, and also after this we have to pass the storage URL. So you can go here, simply copy this and we'll pass it here. This is done. Now next thing, we are going to create a unique file name, and that file name we are going to store in our Firebase storage. So we'll create another method here. We'll do function create file name. We'll do create unique file name. Alright, and here what we are going to do, we will basically get the file name as a input here, so which will be a string. Now what we can do, we will basically create a timestamp which will be date.now. Alright, now here I'll create a random, so we'll do random string, something like that, and this will be math.random, and this will be .toString of 36 dot substring, sorry, we're going to do dot substring of 2,12. Alright, and then we are going to basically return something like this. So we'll return this file name that will be receiving hyphen, we are going to pass this timestamp that we have created, hyphen, we are going to pass the random string. So this will basically give us a unique file name. This is done. Now after this, what we are going to do, so we'll do const extract unique file name, which will be create unique file name of file.name. Alright, so this name property will be available there. So after this, what we're going to do, we have to create the storage reference. So we'll do storage ref, and this will be ref from Firebase. We have to pass the storage, and then we have to pass the path where you want to store. So you can see that we are having this path here. So we are going to store here. So we'll create a folder named blog, and inside this we are going to pass this extract unique file name. So what this will do, this will basically, I think we have imported from wrong place. Let me just check. Sorry, you have to import it from Firebase storage. Yeah. So now what will happen, it will basically get this URL as a reference, and then it will create this folder, and then inside this folder it will create this file name, or basically store the image here. So this is our storage reference. Then we'll create another variable here. So this will be upload image, something like that, and this will be upload. So here also you have to import it. So this will be upload bytes resumable. So this will be upload bytes resumable, and here we are going to pass the storage ref, and then which file you want to store. So here we are having this file, right, that we are receiving. So this you have to pass it here. That's it. Now next, what we are going to do here, so I'll just remove this return. So here I'm going to return new promise. Alright, so this will give us resolve reject. Alright, now here what we are going to do, we'll do upload image dot on. So this will give us a method. Now here you have to pass 4 things. So first thing is that event, which is state change, then there will be an observer, then you can pass, you can handle the snapshot, that will be a method. You can also handle the error, that is also another method, and at the end you have to basically create the downloadable URL that you will be receiving from the Firebase, and that URL we are going to store in our PostgreSQL database. So let's see how that will work. So here I'm going to pass this one as state changed. Alright, now next thing will be a method. So this is a snapshot method. So for now I'll pass it like this. Next, as I already mentioned, this will be an error that you can handle, sorry, and here what we can do, we can simply reject this error. Alright, and after this, what we need to do, we have to create our callback, and inside this callback we'll get download URL. Let me just import it. So we'll import it from here. So this will be get download URL. Alright, so this will be get download URL, and here you have to pass this upload image dot snapshot dot ref. Now here this will give us a promise and you will get the download URL. Alright, so this URL, what you can do, you can simply resolve this URL. Alright, if there are any error, so we'll do catch error, so we'll just reject the error, and this is done. Now let's format this, let's save it. Now let's see what is happening and let's see how that will work. So I'm going to log this here, this save image to firebase. Alright, now let's go back. So I'll paste it here. So now I will choose some image from here, so let's choose this one. So we are getting one error, so let's see what is the error. So I think we are getting this error here that your bucket has not been set up properly. I think there is some error, there is some problem with the security here. So let me just do one thing, I'll just quickly create another project here, or I'm going to use my existing project that I already created and I'm going to use that URL only. Let me just quickly set it up. Alright, so you can see that I created another blog app here. So the only difference is that I just copied this URL and then I place it here. So this is the only difference. And also another thing what I have done, I go to here and or basically this project overview, clicked here, and then this will basically give you this config here. So this config I basically changed in our config here. So only this is the difference. Now I think this security issue should not come. So let's test once what is happening. So now I'll just minimize this one. Let's go here and let's copy this and let's see what you're getting. So I'll choose some, like let's choose this one. Let's see. This will definitely take some time, and you can see that we are getting the URL here. And now let's go to our storage. So it's already created a blog folder, and inside this we are having this image here. Alright, awesome. So now you can see that because it is definitely taking some time, so that is the reason what we are going to do, we'll show some kind of loader here. So what we can do, we can go here and then here basically we will take a class name. Then here we are going to basically check if this image loading is true. So we are going to use a width of 1/2, or else we'll do a width of full. Alright, so and now here we are going to take another div, and let's take a class name for this one, flex gap of 3. Now what I'm going to do, I'll cut this one from here. So let me just let me remove this. So we'll cut it from here, we'll paste it, and then here what we are going to do, we'll basically check if this image loading is true. So we'll take another div, and then here we are going to render the spinner, or else this will be null. Alright, and for this one we are going to take a class name and we'll make width as 1/2. So now let's see what is happening. So let's save this. Now let's go back. So I'll click here, let's select some file. See, so now we are getting loading, and now this is done. We got the URL and this is also stored. So once this is done, now what we are going to do, so we'll go here, and then the first thing is that we'll take something from, so this will be use context of global context. So we'll do form data and we'll do set form data. So once we'll get the URL back, so we'll do set form data, which will be form data. Alright, and here we are going to do image will be this save image to firebase. So this will basically store the image. Alright, so here we are getting, I think this, yeah, I know that type unknown, because this doesn't know that what data will be receiving from here, right? So what we can do, we can give this one as any. This is fine. So now let's save it. Now let's log here this form data, and let's see what we are getting. Let's save this. So we'll just form data. Now I'll select something from here. So let's select the same. Now here we should get the URL in this image. Let's see. Now I can see that we are getting the image here. Rest everything is empty, that is fine. So now this part is done. So what is the next? So in the next step, what we are going to do, for each and every input select and the text area, we have to handle the on change. So what you can do, you can go here. First we'll take on change. So this will be on change. Sorry, I think I'm doing in the wrong place. Here we have to take this on change. So this will give us event. Now what will be the event type here? So event will be this one again, react.change event, and this one is HTML input element. All right, now here what we are going to do, so this will basically set the set form data, which will be form data, and here we are going to do this event, sorry, this control.id is equal to event.target.value. all right, same thing we can copy here, we can paste it here. Only difference is that this will be HTML text area element, and we can copy this, and by now I think you already know this will be HTML select element. All right, so this is done. Now also you have to do value. Now what will be value? Value will be form data of this control.id. Now I see you will get one error because form data is basically will give us the blog form data. So if I now go here, right, so form data, if I now go to this type here, so this is the blog form data, title, description, image and category, but it doesn't know that what kind of data we are trying to access here. How we are going to basically fix this issue? What we need to do, so this will be form data of control ID to pass as key of. Now key of will be this blog form data. All right, so now it will know that okay, blog form data will consist of title, description, application and those things. So it basically trying to say if the control.id is title, so this will be form data of title. If this is description, so this will be form data of description, something like that. We can use the same here and the same here. All right, so this is done. So now let's see what is happening, what we are getting in the form data. So now I'll refresh this page. So let's select something. So you got the image. Now I'll do first. So we're getting title first, description first, and category, let's say application. So you can see that we are getting all the data here. So now what we need to do in the next step, we have to start working on the main thing, and that is setting up our Prisma PostgreSQL database, and also have to create our API route to save this data into our database. So that part we are going to do in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. So in the previous video we have completed this image upload functionality in the create page, and also we have handled this form. So now in this video what we are going to do, we will set up our Prisma and that PostgreSQL database, and also we have to create the API route so that we will be able to store this information in our database. So the first thing what I want to mention, you can see that I am using this pgadmin, which is basically a PostgreSQL tool, and this is one of the best. What you need to do, based on the system that you are using, you just simply download it. So you can see that I already downloaded it here, and I have some couple of databases here, so we are going to use the same. Now coming to the Prisma, so if I now go to our project, so you can see that we already installed the Prisma in the Prisma client here. All right, so let's start first generate all the Prisma schema and everything that we need, and after that we are going to create the API route. All right, so now let's see how this will work. So the first thing is that it is basically telling that you have to install the Prisma, that we have already done. So now what we need to do, we have to invoke this Prisma CLI using this command. So I'll copy this. Now let's open another terminal. I already opened, so I'll just enter here. All right, so this will basically initialize the Prisma. Next thing what we need to do, we have to basically create the model. So you can see that here what it is telling that you have to set up your Prisma project by creating Prisma schema by following command. So if I now run this command, it will automatically create a Prisma folder. If I now copy this, now let's enter here, let's see what is happening. So you can see that it's having this Prisma folder, and here we are having this schema. Now here there are a couple of things. The first thing is that you can see that there is a client here, so it is basically giving the provider that we are using Prisma client.js, and now here for the database there is a provider, and this is very important because in our case we are using PostgreSQL, so the provider is correct. Now this URL is basically the database URL that you need to provide. From where this is coming? This is coming from the .env file. Now here you can see that there is a database URL. What we need to do, basically we have to basically give the URL here, the database that you will be creating, and also very important thing, you have to give the password here, or else this will not work. All right, so let's do one thing. Let's quickly create another database here. So I'll go to my PG admin, and then I'll just do right click, and you have to do create and then create database. Now here you can see that there is a owner option, so I'll keep the Postgres as a owner, and I'll give the name as next.js blog. All right, now let's click on this save. Now this is the name that we are going to use, so this will be next.js-blog. So I'll go there, and then here what we need to do, basically here you have to change the name. So you can see that we are having this mydb here. All right, so here what we are going to do, here we are going to do this one, next.js-blog. Next, here there is a owner, so this owner is a random value, so in our case this will be Postgres, because we kept this Postgres as a owner, so this will be Postgres. Now here you have to give the password. So now when you will install it, so it basically asks you for a general password, and the same you need to use here. So in my case I'll give my password here, which is Sangam2023, and that's it. Now let's save it, and now what will happen, this will automatically reflect in this schema.prisma. Now next thing what we are going to do, let's do one thing. Let's also take another environment variable here, that is URL. So for this one we are going to use HTTP, and then here we are going to use localhost 3000 as a URL. All right, now next we have to go to our schema.prisma, and here we are going to create the schema. Now because if you noticed here, if I go to this particular page, we are having an image, title, description, category, and along with that also we have to pass a couple of properties. So let's create our first model. Now to create a model, what we need to do, we have to take model here. Another thing I want to mention, let me just go to extension. So here you can see that I already have some, so this I already installed. So this is basically to use for syntax highlighting, formatting, and everything for Prisma, so you can also install the same. All right, so here you have to give model, and then you have to give the name of the model that we want to give here. Now you can give any name as you want. In our case what we can do, because we are creating blog post, so I'll give here post, something like that. All right, now here the first thing what we are going to do, we'll give an ID here, which will be an int. All right, now this will be at the ID, so this is the identifier, and this will be by default. And also we want to basically create this ID by default, so you have to auto increment this ID whenever we'll create a new post. So we'll give here auto increment. All right, now next we need a title, which will be a string. Next we need a description, which will also be a string. Next we need an image, which will be a string. Next we need category, which is also will be a string, so category means this category. What else we need? We also need a user ID. This user ID is basically which particular user is creating the ID, so this will be getting from our GitHub user ID, so this is also will be a string. Next we need user image, which will also will be a string, and after that we need the comments. So for each and every post there will be some comments, so this will be string of array. That's it. So this is all about the schema that we need for this particular model, which is post. So now what we need to do, we basically migrate this schema into our database. So how we are going to do that? So let me just go to our here. Now let's go to our connect to your database. I can see that this step we already done, and here if I now go to next using Prisma migrate, so here you can see that we have to use this one to map your data model to the database schema. You need to use this Prisma migrate, CLI comments. So this what we'll do, whatever model we have created, this will automatically map this model into our particular database. So let's see how this will work. So we'll copy this. Now we'll paste it here. Now instead of this one, so you can see that we are having npx prisma migrate dev -- name, then this is the init. Alright, so now here if I now just do enter, so what we'll do, whatever, you can obviously change the name here. So you can see that it will basically automatically map this particular model into our database. So database is now sync with the schema, and also it is created a migration here, correct? If I now go here, now let's do one thing, let's refresh this. So I'll refresh here, let's go to our schemas, and if I now go to table and let's refresh this, expand this one, you can see that we are having a post table here. Now if I now right click and just go here, click on this all rows, so you can see that whatever model that we have created, those will be reflected. So we are having ID, which is integer, title, description, image, category, user ID, user image, and the comments. So these all the things we need to pass whenever we will basically create a new post here. I hope this is clear. Alright, now out of this one obviously we'll be getting from Firebase. These three we have to type, rest everything we have to basically get it from the Github information, which is basically the auth. And also whenever user will update a particular blog, that time we need to add those comments also for this particular blog. So let's see how we are going to do that. Alright, so now let's go to our code, and now we'll start working on the API route creation. So we'll close this, go to source, inside API, I'll create another folder, and let's give this one name as blog. Now we'll give blog post. Now inside this we'll create another folder, let's give this one name as add post. Now we'll create our route.ts. now here this will be a post request because we need to save the data into database. So this will be export async function, and here this will be a post request. So here we are going to receive request, which will be next request. Now here what we are going to do, we'll do a try catch block. So we'll just log here error, and also we are going to return next response dot JSON. So we'll return here success false, and we'll return a message like something went wrong, please try again. And another thing I want to mention, because most of the API routes will be same, only the difference will be either it will be post, get, delete, or put. So this part will be always same for all the API routes. So what I'll do, I'll just create all the routes here, so that obviously it will be very time saving. So what we can do, let's create all the folders and let's copy the same thing in all the others folders, so that we don't have to rewrite. So here inside this I'll create another folder, let's give this one name as get all posts. Then I'll create another one, so this will be delete post, and last one will be update post. Now here let's copy this and I'll paste it here, same I'll paste it here, and this one. Now for delete, this will be a delete request. Alright, this one for to get, this will be a get request, and this will be a put request. That's it. Alright, now let's close this. Alright, so here now what we need to do, first we have to get the data. So this will be extract post data. So from where we'll be getting, so this will be await this request.json. Alright, now here first let's log this here. Now let's go to our page, and here I think we are having some button, so let's create a method here. So you can see that we are having this create new blog button. So I'll create a method, so this will be handle save blog post, something like that. So we'll copy this. I think we are already passing all the props here. Yeah, this is fine. So we'll go here and let's do a async function, this one. Now here what we'll do first, let me log this form data and let's see what we are getting. Let's save it. Now let's go back. So let's go to console. So let me choose a image. I'll choose this one. Alright, so we got the here. So I'll give this one as first blog. Let's copy this, paste it here. Category, I'll select application. So if I click here, so we are getting all the data here. Alright, so these data, along with this, what else we need to add? We also need to add user ID, user image, and also comments. Comments will be empty for the first time. How we are going to get that? So for this one, what we can do, we'll come here and let's do const data, and this we will be receiving from the session. Alright, so here let's log this session. So let's see what we are getting. Alright, so you can see that we are having user and also we are having this image. So this one we need to store, and this is the name. So if I now go to our Prisma schema, you can see that we are having this user ID and the user image. So these two things also we need to add. So now when we'll handle this submit here, so what we'll do, we'll do const response equal to await fetch. Now here what we need to do, we have to basically go to /API/, so we'll go to /API and then /blog post /add post. Alright, now here we need to pass a method which will be post. Then here we need to pass headers. So this will be content type, which is application/JSON, and here also we need to pass a JSON, sorry, not JSON, we have to pass the body, which will be JSON.stringify. What we need to pass, we have to pass the form data. This is the first thing. Then we need to pass this user ID, correct? So this user ID will be this session.user. So here we are having this name, so this will be this name. Then we have to pass the user image. So here you can see that we are having user image. So this will be, sorry, so this will be session.user.image, and at the end we have to pass comments. So comments will be empty for the first time. That's it. Alright, now here this is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, so this will be const data equal to await race.json, and for now we're just going to log this data here. This is fine. So now in our route we have actually logged this extract post data. Let's see what we are getting here. So let's expand this. So I'll go here, refresh this page, and then I'll choose some file from here. So I'll choose this one. Alright, let's give here something first, description first, category, application. If I click here, so you can see that we are getting title, description, image, category, user ID, user image. So we are getting this error, this is fine. So we are getting all the data. So now what we need to do, we have to store this data. So to store this, what I can do, we'll do here const newly created post. This will be await. Now here one very important point that we need to do, we have to create the global Prisma instance. Alright, so for this one we have to create our database connection. Alright, so let's see how we are going to do that. So for this one, let's create another folder here. So I'll go here and inside source, let's create another folder, and this will give this one as database, and this will be index.ts. Now here we have to first import something from this will be Prisma client. So this will be our Prisma client. All right. Now next, here we are going to create a global variable, something like that, global Prisma, and here we are going to do global as unknown as, and here we are going to pass this Prisma as this Prisma client, or else what will happen, every time it will create a new instance of this Prisma client. All right, so this is the reason we are doing this. Now next we are going to export this. So we'll do export const Prisma, and this will be equal to this global Prisma, or else if this is not exist, then only we are going to create new Prisma client. Okay, and then what we are going to do, if we are going to check here, if this process dot environment dot will do node environment, if this is not equal to production, so we are going to do global Prisma dot Prisma equal to this Prisma, and after this we are going to do export default Prisma. All right, so now let's save it. So now what we are going to do, we created our Prisma here. So this is basically connect this application with our database. So now we are going to store this data that we are receiving from our front end into our database. So for this one, what we are going to do, we'll do Prisma dot, so here you can see that we are getting post, right, because we are having this post model. Now to create a create a record, or basically to a CRUD operation, we are usually use this create method. All right, now here what we need to do, you have to pass this data. Now this data will be this extract post data that you are receiving. All right, that's it. Now here this will automatically create a new record in our database. So what you can do, you can simply check if this newly created post, if this is true, so that means this is successful. So we'll do next response dot JSON. So this will be success is true, and we'll pass a message like new blog post added successfully, else we'll show some error. So we'll copy this, and then we'll do success as false, and this will be something went wrong, please try again. That's it. Now let's format all of this, let's save it, let's see what we are getting here. So we have already logged this data here, correct? So this is our data 1 2 3. We'll check. So we'll go here, do data 1 2 3. Now here first thing is that, let me refresh this page. So here we are going to choose a file. Let's choose the same one. Alright, so we'll give here first blog, and then we'll paste it here. Application we are going to select, and let's click here. Awesome. So you can see that we are getting success true and message new blog post added successfully. So this is done. If I now go here, and what you need to do, you have to first refresh this, and then you have to click on this all rows. Now this will be automatically updated here. If you notice, we are getting first block, image, category, user ID, user image, and comments is empty. Sorry, I think why this is coming as object. Okay, this is fine, that we are going to change it later. So this will be obviously empty for the first time, but user ID and user image is also getting stored here. Awesome. So this is done. So now if this is successful, so what we'll do, basically here we are going to reset this, and then we'll basically navigate the user to this blog page, and in this blog we are going to fetch the latest blogs that we have just added here. All right, so this part we need to do. All right, everyone, so now what we are going to do, if this is successful, we are going to navigate the user to this blogs page. But before that, what we need to do, we have to basically create a blogs page here, because if I now try to go in this particular route, it will show that this page is not exist. So you can see that we are getting 404. So now what we can do basically, so now let's go to our app and let's create a folder and let's give this one name as blogs, and here I'll give page.tsx. now this one will do export default. So for this one what we are going to do, I am thinking to make this one as a server side component, because we are going to fetch the list of blocks from the server side. So we'll do export default async function, sorry, this will be function, we'll do blog, or let's make this one as blogs, and let's return here div. So this will be blogs, something like that. Let's save it. Alright, so we're getting blogs here, so this is fine. Now next thing is that what we can do, we can go here and then here we can basically check if data and data dot success is true. So simply we can navigate the user. So we'll take here router, so we'll do use router from next navigation, and we'll simply navigate the user immediately to the blogs page. So we'll do router dot push, and this will go to /blogs route. That's it. Now let's save it. So we'll go here, let's go to our create page. So I'll add another image here, so let's add this one. Alright, so this is done. So we'll do second blog added. We'll copy this, paste it here, and let's give a category of application. Now let's see if I do click new blog. Alright, so you can see that immediately it's going back to the blogs page. So how fast this is actually compared to like whenever I created a project in MongoDB and now I'm creating with this Postgre, it is much faster. So if I now go here and do here all rows, we should get 2 data now. So you can see that we are getting 2 data. Now what we need to do, so if I go to this blogs page, we just have to fetch the list of blogs and we have to show those blogs data here. So let's minimize this. I'll close everything else. So now we have to first go to our API, blog post, and get all post. So here first we need to fetch the list of blogs. So this is very simple. What we can do, we can simply do const get all blog posts. So this will be await, and this will be Prisma dot post. To get all the post, what you need to do, you have to do find many. So this will give you all the records. Now what we'll do here, if get all posts and get all blog post dot length is true, so we are going to return next response dot json. So success will be true, and we return data, which will be our get all blog post. Else we'll show as usual that something went wrong, please try again. So here we'll show failed to fetch blog posts, please try again. That's it. So now let's format this, let's save it. So now we'll go to our page and here we'll create a method. So because we are creating this one as a server component, so let's create a method like async function extract all blogs, and this will be const res await fetch. So we are going to first take our URL from process dot environment dot URL. So this is actually the localhost 3000 /API /blog post /get all posts. So this will get all posts, and here we are going to do method as get, and for cache we are going to make this one as no store. That's it. Now here we'll do const data equal to await res dot json, and we're going to check if data dot success is true, we are going to return data dot data. Now this data dot data is basically this data here. Now here we'll do const blogs blog posts list, will be await. This will be extract all blogs. Now let's log here this blog post list. Now let's see. If I now save this, now here, awesome. So you can see that we are already getting two data here, right? So we are getting from here. If I give some identifier, let's save it. So you can see that we are getting all the data. So this is working fine. Alright, so now we have to render this blog post. So what we'll do, we'll create another folder inside these components, and let's give this one name as blogs. Inside this I'll create multiple folders. So first one will be blog list, and let's create our index.tsx. So this will be a client component, and this will be export default function. This will be blog list, and here we are going to return. So basically let's quickly create the structure. So we'll do here section. So we are going to basically get the list of blogs here. So this list of blogs we are going to pass it from here. So this will be section. So let's give a class name. So we are going to give a pt of 120px and pb of 120px. Now inside this we'll take div. So we'll take a class name. This will be container. Now here we'll take another div. Let's take a class name. So for this one we'll do -mx4. Grid, we'll do grid calls 3, and we'll do gap of 2. Now inside this we are going to get the list. So we'll do here lists. So this one will receive from our this component. So list will receive. So let's do one thing. So this will be type of blog. So we'll do here blog. Now this blog we need to create in our types. So we'll go to utils. Let's go to type. So we'll create another interface. We'll do export interface blog. So blog will consist of these things. So ID, this will be a number. What else we are having? We are having title. This is a string. Then we are having description, which is a string. Then we are having what else? We are having the category, which is also a string. Then we are having user ID, user image. So this will be user ID string, user image string, and then we are having comments, which will be string of array. So this is our type. So this one we are going to receive. So let me import it from our types. Alright, now here we have to basically map it. So we'll do list and list dot length if this is greater than 0. So then only we are going to do, or else this will be null, something like that. And here we'll do lists dot map. This will be list item. Alright, now here definitely we can give the type as blog. Alright, so here what we'll do, we'll return a div, and here we'll give a key which will be this list item dot id, and inside this basically what we can do, also let's give a class name here. So class name will give px of 4. So we are going to return another component which will be our single blog component. So here inside this I'll create another folder. Let's give this one name as single blog, and this will be index.tsx. So here this will be export default function. This is single blog, sorry, and here we are going to, for now let's return here single blog. So this one we are going to return here. So this will return single blog. Alright, let's format this, save it. Now we'll go here, and here what we are going to do, we are going to return this blog list, and here we are going to pass this list which will be this blog post list. That's it. If I now format all of these, save it, let's see what is happening here. Awesome. So you can see that we are getting two data, single block, because currently we are showing those one hard coded in the single block component, but this is getting updated. Now here one very important thing that we need to do, because every time we'll add a new blog in this page, we have to get the updated data. So what we need to do, whenever we'll come to this page, we have to refresh this particular page. How we can do that? We can easily do that using router.refresh. So every time we'll come here, we'll use effect. So we'll go to this blog list component. Here what we'll do, simply we'll take a use effect, and on page load, so we'll give empty dependency. So here we'll do const router equal to use router, and we'll do here simply router dot refresh, and that's it. So every time it will come here, it will refresh this page and we'll get the updated data. Let's see if this is working or not. If I now go back here and add a new block, so there should be, instead of 2, there should be another single block. So let's go to create. Let's choose some file here, any file we can choose for now. So we choose this one. Alright, so here we'll give this one. See, this data is still holding, so this also need to we have to reset. So this I will do. So first let me just choose something. So we'll choose the same one, choose this one. So we'll give a third blog, paste it here, select data, create new blog. See, now we're getting third, so we are getting 3 data. Awesome. So this is working fine. Now what is the only thing left, and that is you have to working on the single blog. Single blog means this component that you have created. So you have to render all the image, title and everything. So let's start working on that part. Alright, so let's start working on this single blog. So here in this single blog component, this component will definitely receive a prop, which will be the single blog post item. So here we'll take something like blog item. Alright, and here we'll receive this blog item, which will be type of blog. Alright, so this one we are going to pass it here. So this will be blog item, which is this list item. That's it. Now here what we can do, so let's remove the single blog. Now inside this, the first thing is that we are going to take a class name. So we'll give this one as relative. We'll do overflow hidden. We'll do rounded MD. We'll do BG as white. We'll do shadow 1, and we'll do dark BG as dark. Alright, now inside this we are going to take a link from next link. Now inside this we are going to render, also you have to pass the href. For now I'll keep this one as like this, later we'll change this one. Alright, now here we are going to render image, so I'll import image from next image. Now this will be, you have to pass the source. Now let's destructure all the things that we need. So first we need the image from this blog item. Alright, so it's showing something not declared, fine. So you're going to source here, and this will be this image. Then we are going to pass a alt. This will be blog post. This is not exist on image type. Let's see. Oh sorry, I think we also have to pass the image here. Yeah, so this will also be image, which will be a string. Okay, so now here what we need to do, this is fine. Next thing, we are going to pass a field property here. Now inside this we are going to take a span, and we are going to render the category. So let me just import it first, take it this structure. So we'll do category here, and let's take a class name. So we are going to do this one as absolute. We'll do top as 6, then we'll do right as 6, we'll do z as 20, inline flex we'll do item center, justify center, we'll do rounded full, we'll do bg primary, we'll do py of 2, px of 4, text sm, font semi bold, we'll do capitalize, and text as white. So let's format this, let's save it, let's see what we are getting. Alright, so we are getting this error that alright, firebase dot is not configured under images. Okay, so what will happen whenever we use this a host name, we have to update this one in our next config. So let's go to our next config. So we'll go to where is next config. Now here what we need to do, inside this you have to pass a property, this is called images. Alright, and here we'll pass remote patterns, this will be array, and here you can pass the protocol. So this is the protocol, and for this one we'll do HTTPS, and also you have to pass the host name. So in this case this will be this host name. Let's save it. Now we have to rerun this because whenever we'll change it will automatically close this server. Alright, so this is now automatically done. So now let's see, let's refresh this. Alright, so now I think this is fine, but we are still not getting anything. I think the reason is because it's not taking any height here. Let me just check. So here on container, and then see, it's not taking any height. Okay, let me just do other properties also here. So after this what we can do, let's take another div here and let's take a class name. So for this one we'll do p of 6, smp of 8, mdpy of 8, md px of 6. For large we'll do p of 8, for excel we'll do py of 8, and for xl we'll do px of 5, and for 2xl we are going to do p of 8. Inside this we'll take a h3, and here inside this h3 we'll take another link here, and for now we'll pass a href as slash, and for this link also let's take a class name. So we'll do class name here, we'll do mb as 4, we'll do text ellipsis, overflow hidden, white space no wrap, we'll do block, text xl, then we are going to do font bold, we'll do text black. For hover we are going to do text primary. For dark we'll do text as white. For dark hover we'll do text primary, and for sm we are going to do text to xl. Alright, now inside these we are going to render the title. So we'll import the title here. Sorry. So here we are going to render the title. That's it. So after this h3 we are going to take another p, and we are going to render the description. So we'll do description, and we'll do description here. For this one we'll not show full description, so we'll fix the height. So for this one we'll do height of 20px, and again we'll do the same thing, we'll show some kind of ellipsis. So we'll copy these 3 and we'll paste it here, and we'll do a margin bottom of 6, pb of 6, we'll do text base, font medium, we'll do text body color. For dark we'll do border white, and for dark we'll do border opacity 10. That's it. Let's format this, let's save it, let's see what we are getting. Alright, so now we are getting the data here, so this is fine. Now next what we are going to do, we have to also basically show that which person actually created this post or basically the user ID and the user image, and based on that also there will be a button, and that button will basically to delete that particular blog. But there is a catch: only the user who has created the blog, he can only delete that particular blog. So that functionality we are going to do later, but for now, after this we'll do another thing. So we'll take another div here. So here we'll take a class name. So we'll do flex item center, we'll do justify between. Alright, so after this we'll take another div, we'll do class name, we'll do flex item center. For Excel we'll do mr of 3, for Excel we'll do pr of 3, for 2Excel we're going to do mr of 5, and for 2Excel we'll do pr of 5. Inside this we'll take another div, we'll give a class name, we'll do mr of 4, and here we'll take another div, we'll do class name, we'll do height of 10, width of 10, then we'll do overflow as hidden, we'll do rounded full, and inside this we're going to render the image. Now for this one, again we will give alt, this will be author, we'll do fill, and also we'll pass a source which will be our user image. So we'll take it here, so user image. That's it. So this is done, and after this what we are going to do, here we have to also take another div here. So we'll take div, we'll give a class name, we'll do flex call, we'll take p here, and this will be by, means which user basically created this post. So we'll do mb of 1, we'll do text sm, we'll do font medium, we'll do text dark, and for dark we are going to do text of white. Alright, now here we'll basically copy the same thing, paste it here. I'll go here, we'll first take the user ID. So here if you see, the user ID is basically combination of both this name and this ID. So you're going to split it and then only show this part here. So what we can do, we'll do here, so we'll do user ID, then we'll do dot split, we are going to split with this, and then we'll take the first element, and also let's make this one as 2 uppercase. That's it. Alright, so this is done. Now let's format all of this, let's save it, let's see what you're getting. Alright, so I think again we have to add this also. Yeah, I think we have to add this one also. So we'll copy this, so we'll go here, let's go to our next config. So let's add another one. So we'll do protocol as HTTPS and host name as this. Save it. I think now this will automatically restart. Okay, now let's refresh this. Alright everyone, so I think we are getting this, but I believe there is some problem. So you can see that we are getting the user image only in the full place. So let me just check what we are doing here. Okay, we are writing this one inside this one div only. Okay, let's do one thing, let's take another div here, and then what we can do, this part from here that we are saying title, we will cut it from here and then we'll paste it here. Also for this image we are going to use this relative, and another thing that we can do for this image that we are using here, the blog image, here also I think we can use some class name. So here we will give this one as relative, we'll do block, and we'll do height as let's make 250 px. Let's see how this is looking, and width as full. So let's format and save this. Alright, now this is fine. Alright, so you can see that we are getting all the data here. Now we have to show some kind of delete here. Now another thing, if you notice that I'm not focusing much on CSS, I already mentioned this on multiple times. Our prime objective is to learn how to use this Prisma, Next.js and PostgreSQL at once. Also we are doing firebase integration also. If you want, you can definitely change this look and feel whatever you like. Basically what you need to do, just you have to do couple of changes. Change in the Tailwind CSS global config whatever color you want to do, and this look and feel you can definitely change this one in the individual JSX file. Alright, so now let's go back, and now here after this what we need to do, we have to basically add another div here, and that is to show the delete icon. So we'll take another div here, and for this one we have to check one very important point. So whatever user is basically creating this blog, that user only will be able to delete this particular blog. Alright, no other user. How we are going to check that? So for this particular one we are getting this user ID, correct? Now this user ID is basically the user that is created this blog, and in our current session that user is currently logged in. From there we'll get the session user ID. If both the user ID is same, that means this user is basically created that blog, and then only will show this delete icon. So we'll do something like this. We'll do data, and this will be session, and this will be use session. Now if you noticed, if I just log this session here and this user ID, let's save it, and you'll notice we are getting we'll basically get both the result here. And if both the things are same, then we will be basically able to identify whether the same user created this one or not. So here you can see that we are having this one as user ID, and here if I go to this user, we are having this name which is same. So this means this current logged in user created this blog. So in that case we'll show the delete icon. So you can go here, sorry, you can come here and do if session is not equal to null, and session dot user dot name is equal to user ID. So in that case only we are going to use this fa trash icon, or else this will be null. And for this one let's use a class name. So we are going to use class name as we'll do this one as cursor pointer, and we also have to import this one from react icons / fa, and this will be fa trash. That's it. Also let's pass a size of 30. Now let's format this, let's save it. I'll see that you will be able to see this icon here. Alright, so now you can see that this is coming fine here. Now this alignment will change this one later, so what we'll do, we'll make this one on the right aligned, so we'll do this one here, but for now this is fine. Let's do one thing, let's create another blog and let's see whether that blog is reflected here or not. So I'll go to create. Now let's choose some picture here. I think we can, let me check. So I think we can also select this. So let's select this one. So we'll do fourth blog post, added, copy this, paste it here, and do this one as software. Let's create here. See, now this is immediately updated, and see how fast this is. Now obviously this will take some time to upload update the image, but we are getting the updated data here immediately. Now if I now logged in with a different user, you will be able to see all of this, but you will not able to see this icon here. All right, even if I do here log out, let's see what is happening. See, now delete icon is not coming, but we are getting all the data. Let's log in here again. Awesome. So now this is working fine. This is done. Now next thing what we are going to do, we will be completing this search functionality and the category, and at the end we will be working on this blog details page, because in the blog details page we also have to integrate the comment functionality. So that part we are going to do at the end. So let's start working on this search functionality, because this will be pretty simple. So this one we are going to do in the next video. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the search component. So first thing, we'll go here and inside this app we'll create another folder, and let's give this one name as search. So we'll create our page.tsx. Let's close everything else. Alright, so this will be a client component. Export default function search. Alright, now here we are going to return a section. So let's use a class name. So we'll do here overflow hidden to py of 16, md py of 20, and large py of 28. Inside this we'll take a div. In general we'll take this as a container. Alright, now here again we'll take another div. We'll take a class name -mx4 flex wrap. Alright, inside this we'll take another div. We'll give a class name. We'll do wfull px of 4, and now here we'll take another inside inner div. So here we'll take a class name mb of 12. We'll do rounded md. We'll do bg primary divided by 3%. Here we'll do py of 11, px of 8. We'll do dark bg dark. For sm we are going to do p of 50 px. For large we'll do mb of 5. For large we'll do px of 8, and for xl we'll do padding of 55 px. Inside this we'll take h2 tag, take h2 here, and here we'll render something like search any blog post. Here we'll take some class name. So for this one we'll do mb of 3. We'll do text 2xl. We'll do font bold. We'll do text black. We'll do dark text white. sm text 3xl. For large text 2xl, and xl text 3xl. Let's format all of this. Let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. So we'll go to search component. So we're getting search any blog post. After this we'll take another div here. Alright, now for this one let's take a class name. We'll do flex gap of 4. Sorry, we have to take another div here for the outer div, and we'll paste it inside this. Alright, and here we are going to take input. So this is our search input. We'll give a name as search, id as search, type as text, placeholder will give search blogs. Also you have take some class name here. We'll do wfull. We'll do rounded md. We'll do border transparent. We'll do py of 3, px of 6, text base. We'll do text body color. We'll do placeholder body color. We'll do shadow 1. We'll do outline none. For focus we are going to do border primary. For focus visible, we'll do shadow none. For dark, we're going to do bg of has 242b51, and for dark we are going to do a shadow of sign up. That's it. Now what else we need to do? We also have to take a value and on change. That is fine. Now for this one we'll do autofocus and I'll do autocomplete as of. Let's format it, save this, and let's see what we're getting. Alright, so this is fine. Now after this we'll take here, let's take another div here and we'll do a button. We'll import the button component. So here we'll pass a text. This will be search, and also have to pass a on click method. For now we'll do something like this. Let's save this. Alright, so this is fine. Now for this one we'll do a class of flex column, and we'll do gap of 4. Alright, so I think this is fine. So now let's first, what we are going to do first, we will basically create the API route for this search, and then after that we have to create a state for this. So we are going to manage the state from our context. Once we get the data from our API, we are going to show those blogs here. Now for the blogs we are going to use the same blog component that we are using here. So let's go to our API, and here I'll create another folder and I'll give this one name as search. Let's create our route.ts. Alright, now here how we are going to create, so this will be another get request. So let me do this one as export async function, sorry, this will be function get. So we'll get the request which will be next request. So we'll do try catch. So in the catch we'll show the same result. So let me just copy it from here. That's it, and we're going to import it. Now here what we are going to do, the first thing is that we have to basically first get the param that we are searching. So let's say if I something type here, so that value we need to fetch, right? And that query we need to pass to the API. So for this one I'll do const URL, which will be new URL. So from the URL we are going to get this request.url. Alright, and here we are going to get the query. So we'll do extract query. This will be, this URL will give you a search params, and here you have to do dot get, and here we'll pass this query. So from here we are going to get the query value. So if I type something here, let's say blog, so this is my query value. Now here what we are going to do, so will be const search post list. This will be await prisma dot post, and here we are going to do find many. Now here we have to pass some properties. So we are going to pass where. So this is basically argument, this is any you can pass. Now here what we are going to do, inside this we are going to pass or property. So this is or property. Now this will be an array. Now here you can basically filter based on multiple properties. Alright, so here first thing we are going to filter based on title. So here we are going to check in this title if this contains this query, or else, sorry, this will be query, we are doing extract query, or else this will be empty. So this is about our title. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it here. So this will be our description, and this will be same. Now if this is true, so that means we are getting the searchable result. So we are going to return next response.json. So success will be true and data will be this one, else we will basically show like fail to search result, fail to search results. That's it. And this is all about the API that we need. Next, we will go to our context and we'll create some state here. So the first one will be our search query, which will be a string value. Next will be set search query, which will basically dispatch a string value. Alright, next we are having search results. Search results will be type of blog, and here this will be set search results. This is also will be the same, so we'll copy this, paste it here, and here we'll pass this one. Alright, now here let's copy all of this and we'll paste it here. So search query initial state, so this will be empty, and set search query, this will be a method. Alright, search result will be empty array, and here this will be another method. Alright, next we have to take this state here, so we'll do const search query set search query, this will be use state of empty. Then we are having const search results and set search results, so this will dispatch here empty, but here you have to dispatch this blog, so this will basically dispatch this blog data, type of blog data. Now what we need to do, we have to copy this and we have to pass it here. Same for this one. That's it. So now this is done, so let's save it. So now we are going to destructure in our component. So we'll go here and we're going to destructure this using use context of global context. So this will be search result, set search query, set search results, and search query, these four things. Alright, now next what we need to do on change here, first thing we have to take this as, alright, so after this we are going to take a value. So for this value, this will be search query, and on change we have to take, so what we need to do for on change, this will be type of react dot change event, and this is a HTML input element. Alright, so here we can directly set this, so this will be set search query will be equal to so this will be event dot target dot value. That's it, this is done. Now here we are going to create another method, so this will be handle search, and here I'll create this method, so this will be async function handle search. Alright, so let's log here this search query, let's see what we're getting. Let's save it. Alright, now this will basically refresh because we have changed in the context. This is fine. So now let's go to our console. If I type something here, let's say blog, so you're getting blog here. Awesome. So now what we need to do, we have to call the API. So we'll do const response equal to await fetch, so this will go to slash API slash search, and here you have to pass the query. So this is query, which is this search query. Alright, and here we'll do method as get, and we'll do cache as no store. Now we'll do const data equal to await res dot json, and we are going to log this data. So this is our search data. Let's see what we are getting here. Alright, so now if I go to our database, you can see that we are having this second block, first block. So let's search with first. So let's enter here. See, we are getting one data. Awesome. So this is working fine. So we are getting the searchable result. If I search for second, we are getting one data, and this time we are getting second block data, and this is done. As simple as that. Now what we can do, we can simply do here if data dot success, if this is true, so set search result will be data dot data, and this is done. So now what we are going to do, we will basically render this one here. So what we can do, let's do one thing, 1 2 3 4. So after this div, we'll enter here, we'll take another section and we'll take a class name. So for this one we'll do pt of, let's do 80px, w full, and pb of 120px. Inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name of container. Now we'll take div here, we'll do a class name, we'll do -mx of 4. Now here we are going to do flex wrap, or what I'm thinking, we can also do another thing. Let me just check. If I now go to our component, then go to blogs, blog list, so we are getting this blog list here. We can basically implement the same thing, but I think that this is fine. Let's write it here. So now here what we are going to do, so we will basically check if this search result, this one, if this is length true, that means we are getting the result here. So what we can do, we'll do search result and then search result dot length, this is true, or else will show something like h1 no blogs, no search results, something like that. And here we are going to do search results dot map, so this will give us our blog search blog item, which will be type of blog. Alright, now here what we are going to do, we'll render this div. Now first thing, we'll give a key here, so key will be our search blog item dot id, and inside this also let's take a class name. So we'll do here w full px of 4, we'll do md w of 2 by 3. For large we'll do w of 1 by 2, and for XL we'll do w of 1 by 3. Now inside of this, what we need to do is simply have to call the single blog. Now this will get what data we are passing here. Let me check. So in the single blog we are getting blog item, so we just have to pass this blog item as this search blog item. Let's format all of this, let's save it, let's see what we are getting. Alright, so first let me refresh this. Also another thing we need to do, if this success is true, so we are going to first make the set search query as empty, and then we are going to set this one. Okay, so now let's search for first. See, we are getting the data here. If I search for second, see, this is working, right? So let's go to our blog, so we are getting third, so let's search for third. See how fast this is. So let's go to create, choose another file from here, let's say which one, this one. We'll do third again. See, this is all just for testing purpose. Alright, so we'll create here, so we're getting third again. Let's go to our search, Alright, so here also another thing we need to do, if you noticed here, this data is still holding here. So what we need to do basically on change of this any of this route here, we have to reset this particular this data here. So what we can do, we can go to our header component, and then here let me just log here. Let's do here const path name is equal to use path name, and here what we can do, we can take use effect, and we will keep this path name as a dependency. And then here what we'll do, and then here let's see what is happening. If I now log here path name, let's see what we are getting. Let's save it. So now we'll come here and let's, so okay, I think this page is not present. If I go to blogs, creating blogs on search, so either we can do one thing, on change of this particular path we can reset this. So we'll first destructure from use context of global context, and this will be search result. Sorry, we have to do set search result, and on change of this one we are going to make this set search result as empty. And now let's see if this is working or not. So first I'll search here first. We are getting data. If I now go to blogs, come back here, this is not coming. If I search for third, we are getting 2 data now. See, this is working. Now go to blogs, come back, this is resetted. So this is done. Alright, so search functionality is now completed. So now what we are going to do will be start working on this category component. So in the category, basically this will be a dynamic component. So it will go to, let's say, slash category slash, we are searching for application, so it will be slash category slash application slash software, like that. And based on that we are going to render the data. Also we are going to show some relative post. So let's do that in the next video. Hey everyone, so we are going to start working on this category page, but before that let's implement this delete functionality also, and this will be pretty simple. So the first thing is that we have to create our API route. So let's go to our delete post API route. So here, so this will be a method of delete, and this is the common thing that we have already done. So what is the thing that we need to do first? So first thing is that again we have to get the ID of that particular blog that we want to delete. So for this one again we are going to do the same logic that we have done here. So we'll paste it here. Now this will be this one as request. Here this will be URL, then this will be extract ID of blog item to be deleted. Alright, and this one will be our ID. That's it. So now here we are going to do const deleted post, something like that, or let's do blog post, and this will be await prisma dot post dot delete. Now here what you need to do, you have to just pass where that which basically which blog you want to delete, and for that blog you are basically mentioning that please delete that particular item where the ID is this number of, so this is in int, so you have to convert this one to number. So where the ID of that item is this, so delete only that post. Alright, so that is the reason we are mentioning that where the ID of the item is this. Now here we'll do if deleted blog post is true, so we are going to return next response.json. This is very simple. We'll do success as true, and also message as deleted successfully. Now we'll do blog deleted successfully. Else we will return here next response.json. We'll do success as false, and also message like failed to delete, please try again. Failed to delete the blog, and this is done. So now let's save it. So what we need to do, so basically we have to go to our component. So where is the components? We are having blog list, and then we are having this single blog, correct? So here I am going to create a new method. So I'll do async function. This will be handle delete. So this will receive a num id, which will be a type of number. All right, and this one we are going to pass as a prop in this component. Now the same functionality we have to integrate in the search component also. So this is our prop name. Now what we are going to do basically, so we'll go to our search blog component. So this one we are going to receive as a prop here, and also you have to pass it here also. So handle delete will be a method which will receive a id, which will be a number, and this will be a method. That's it. Now let's save it. So here now we have to go to this here. So this is the icon. Here we'll give on click. All right, so here what we are going to do, we will call this handle delete method, and we are going to pass the id. Now this id is basically we have to take it from here. All right, so now save it. Now let's see what we are getting in this id. So this is our id here. All right, so now let's inspect. Let's click on this here. We are getting 1, 2, and this is working fine. 4, 5, and 3. So now I'll go here. We'll do const res equal to await. So this will be fetch. So it will go to /API. Then it will go to /blog post. Obviously, if you want, you can rename this all of this as your choice. It's not like you have to like exactly copy what I'm trying to do here. This is delete post, and here what you need to do is to pass the id. So id will be this id that we are receiving here, and then here we are going to do method as get, and cache we are going to do no store, and then we are going to do const data, which will be await res.json. So now I think this is pretty simple. If data and data dot success is true, so we are going to do router dot refresh. So basically we need to get the updated data, and this is done. So if I now save this, and let's say try to delete this blog from here, so we are getting some error. Let's see what is the error we are getting. So it's saying the method is not allowed. All right, so I've given get here. This will be delete. All right, so now let's see. So if I try to delete this one here, this is deleted. Now if I refresh this page, obviously we should not get the data here. See, this is fine. And let's say try to delete this one, deleted. So this is working fine. So now what we can do, we can copy this one, and from search page also, let's say we want to delete the same thing. So we'll paste it in our search component also. So we'll go to a search page, and then we will use it here. We have to use this router. So we'll do const router equal to use router. Sorry. So, and then we have to copy this, and we have to pass it here. So this will be this handle delete. Now let's see if I now save this. So we are having first blog. Let's go to our search page. Let's try to first here. We are getting data here. If I now to delete from here, so this is deleted, but we are not getting the updated data. I know the reason. Alright, so here there is a trick. The reason why this is not updating, I think, because we have to update the set search result. So what we can do, right, let's do one thing. Let's create another function here, and that will be a helper function. So this will be a async function helper function to fetch search results. Now this will receive a query which will be a string, and here we are going to do all of this. So we'll cut it from here and we'll paste it here, and we'll not empty this from here. Now we are going to change this one to this. Now on this handle search, we are going to call this helper method, and we'll pass this search query. So this is one thing. Second, instead of refreshing it here, we are going to, again after deleting, we are going to call the same method, and we'll pass this search query here. I hope you are getting. So basically what I'm doing, if I'm deleting from the search page, so again I'm calling the updated search result. Now I think this should work. Let's see. So if I now, let's say first let's go to our blogs page. Now let's create another one. So I'll create another one, let's say with this one. I'll give this one as first, and let's create this application, create new blog. So we're getting first here. Now let's go to our search page, search for first. We're getting, if I now delete here, it should be deleted from here also. See, now this is deleted from here. If I now go to blogs page, it is also deleted from here. See how this is working, right? This is correct. Alright everyone, so we have completed the search functionality. Now one thing we need to do, so if you noticed here, if I now go to this search here, and let's see if I search for third, so you're getting the result. And let's see if I now go back and then come back here, you see we are still holding this or storing this value here. So this value we need to reset, because once we'll go to a different route, in that case there is no point of showing this one. So I think this we have already done in the header page. So we can go to header component, and here we can basically simply first we can take this set search query, and then we'll make this set search query as empty. That's it. Now let's save this. So now you see here, first I'll search for third, so you're getting result. If I go back here and come back here, see now this is resetted. So this is one small improvement that I need to do. Now let's start working on this category. Now as I already told you, this will be a dynamic route. So whenever we'll go to this category page, let's say on page load will show something like this. So this will be localhost 3000 / category / application. So by default will show application category here. Now on click of each and every category, we are going to show the corresponding data. Now the first thing is that let's go back and first let's quickly create the file, the page. So inside this app, I'm going to create another folder. So here I'm going to, let's give this one name as or what we can do, we can give this one as first category. So this is the folder name, and inside this I'll create a dynamic route, and let's give this one as ID. Alright, now here I'll create our page.tsx. Now this one also we are going to create as a server component. So I'll create your export default function. This will be category, and here let's return some div, and this will be our category page. Alright, now what we need to do, we have to go to our header component. So we'll go to header component. Now if you see here, we are getting this menu items from utils. So we'll go to menu items, and here you can see that for category we are showing this path. Now here what we are going to do, instead of going to this category, by default we will go to this application category. So this is our first by default application category that we are going to take it, because that is a dynamic component. If I now save this, now let's go back now. Alright, so let's wait for some time. If I now click here, you see that this will go to the category component, and here we are getting application. So this is our current category. On page load, we are going to first get it from the params, and then based on this we are going to call the API. And what API will do, it will basically filter based on this category that we are storing in our database, and it will give me the data back. Now next thing what we are going to do, first we'll create our API route. Alright, so let's go there, and inside this API I'll create another folder. Let's give this a name as category, and this will be route.ts. Alright, now here what we are going to do, so this will be again a get method, so export async function. This will be get. Here we are going to get request, which will be next request. Now here we are going to having try and catch. So in catch, what we can do, we can basically copy the same thing from some other route. So we'll go here and let's copy this from here and we'll paste it here. So this will be error. Now here this we have to import, so this is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, first we are going to destructure the search params. Alright, so this search param, I think we have already done this one, so we are going to destructure from new URL. Alright, and here we are going to pass this request.url. That's it. Now here what we are going to do, we'll get the category ID. So we'll do extract category ID, which will be search param dot get, and here we'll pass the category ID. Alright, let's make this on caps only. That's it. So this will give me the category ID here. Now what we need to do, so this will be const get list get blog post list based on current category ID. Alright, so here what we are going to do, so this will be await Prisma dot post, and then here we need to do again find many. Now what we are going to do, I think by now you already have some idea. So here we need to pass where. Now where, what based on what we need to filter, we have to filter based on category. So here I will pass the category, which will be this extract category ID, or else this will be empty. That's it. Now here if this is true, so get post list based on category ID, so we are going to return next response dot JSON, and here we are going to make the success as true, and also we are going to do data, which will be this data. That's it. Else what we are going to do, will return the same thing. So we'll copy this, only difference this will be false, and here will show some message like failed to fetch data, please try again, something like that, and this is done. Alright, so this is all about the API route that we need. So now what we are going to do, basically it is very simple. Let me just close everything. We'll go to this dynamic route. Now because this is a dynamic route, this will basically give us a param property that we are going to get it. Let me just enter here. Alright, so what we need to do, basically simply we'll get the params here. So here we'll get the params, so we'll get the params, and for now we'll give the params as any. Now here what we can do, we can create a method here. So we'll do async function, and we'll do here get all data, get all lists by category. Alright, so here we'll do const race, and this will be await fetch. So we are first will take the URL, so this will be process dot environment dot URL, and then we have to go to slash category, and here we have to pass the category ID, I think. Yes, so we'll copy this. So here we pass category ID. Now this category ID will get it from these params. So these params is basically will give you this dynamic ID. So if currently you are in application, so this will give you the ID value as application. So what we can do, we can simply destructure this ID from these params, and then we will get this ID here. So this will be get ID, which will be a string, and here we'll pass this we'll pass this get ID here. So this will be this get ID. That's it. Now here we'll do method as this will be a get method, and also have to pass the cache as no store. That's it. And here we'll do const data equal to await race dot JSON, and then here we'll check if data dot success is true, then we are going to return data. That's it. Now here what we are going to do, here we'll do get all categories, get all list, something like that, and this will be await, and this will be this get. Let's make this one as small. So this will be get all list by categories, and we'll pass this ID here, and also have to make this one as a async. That's it. So this will give me the get all list. Alright, now what we'll do, we'll go to our component and we'll create another folder here. So this will be our category folder, and here we'll do index.js, we'll do tsx. So this will be a client component, and here we'll do export default function. We'll give this one as category component, something like that, category conf, and or let's make this one as category list. Alright, now here we are going to return something. So let's return a div, and this will be our category list. Now this will receive the list from the props from the parent component. So this list will be basically a blog type of array. So let's log here this list, and let's see what we are getting. So let's save it. Now we'll go here, and then we'll just import this category list, and here we'll pass this list as this get all list. As simple as that. This is done. So now let's save it. So now if we go here, and let's see if I now log here, I think we are getting some error here. Alright, let's see what is the reason why this error is coming. I think we are calling the wrong endpoint. Alright, so I think we have to go to /API/category. Now let's see. Alright, so we are getting empty list. I think the reason is because currently we have only one data, and that is the category is software. So let's do one thing. Let's quickly create another record here with category, and then let's see whether that is reflecting or not. So let me choose one picture from here. Anything, let's say this one. Alright, so this one will give any name like new blog, and let's give the description, and category I'll select application. Let's create this. Alright, so we are now getting new blog here. So now if I try to go to category, we should get one record here that is based on application. So let's go there. Now you can see that we are getting one record, and this is the new one. So this is working fine. So now what we need to do, another thing we need to do, whenever we will be adding a new record, here on the left side will show the latest blog based on that particular record. So for example, let's say for application we are having 10 records, so we'll only show the latest one here, and the right side will show a blog, there will show the related blogs. So rest of the blogs will show here. So if I now go to create, now let's create another one. So I'll give a different image, let's say this one. So here another thing is that this part also we need to do, we have to reset this form here. So I think this part we haven't done. So let's go to our create folder, and once this is successful, we are going to make this set form data as initial blog form data. Alright, so this part also we need to do. So now let's go to our create, refresh this. Alright, so here if I now try to choose this, so let's choose a different one, let's say this one. So I'll give here new application blog, and let's give the same description here. Sorry, I'll copy this, and I'll select application only. Now we should basically get two application data, or basically application blog in the category section. So we have added a new one. So sorry, we have to go here. So now let's go to our category. So now you can see that we are getting two data here. Alright, so the latest one will show on the left side, and the related blogs will show on the right side. So now this is done. So let's start working on this category creating the UI for this category. So we'll go here, let's close everything else, and here what we are going to do first, let's remove this from here. Alright, now inside this we'll take a section and let's take a class name here. So we'll do here overflow as hidden, pt of 180px and pb of 120px. Now here we'll take div with class name as container. Then inside this we'll take another div. Here we'll take a class name minus mx4 flex and flex wrap. Alright, now here we'll take div and here we'll take a class name of wfull. We'll do px of 4 and for large we are going to do w as 8 by 12. Now here we have to get the latest blog data based on that category. So how we are going to get that? You can see that we are having this ID. So we'll get the highest ID. Highest ID means the largest or maximum ID is the latest one. I hope this is clear. So this ID will be our latest blog for that particular category. So here we'll create a variable. So this will be get latest, something like that. First we'll do get maximum ID. So this will be math.max. And here we are going to basically map this list. So we'll do list dot map. So here we'll get item and we'll map to this item dot id. That's it. So this will give us a max id which will be 8. If I now log here this get max id, and you will see that we'll get 8 here. Let me remove this. So you can see that we are getting 8 here. Alright. So now what we are going to do, we'll do const get latest blog for current category. So what we'll do, we'll basically check if this list and list dot length, if this is true or else this will be empty. So here we'll do list dot. So here what we are going to do, we are going to find this one, or let's make this one as null. So we'll find that item, we'll do item.id should be equal to this get max id. Alright, so this will be our latest blog, and then we'll be having the related blogs. So we'll do related blogs. Here also we'll do the same, but we'll copy this, and here instead of this we're going to do filter, and this will be not equal to this get max id, or this will be empty. And this is done. So this will give me the latest blog and also the related blogs. Alright, so this is done. Now next, after this, what we are going to do, we'll basically check if this get latest blog for current category, if this is equal to null. So in that case what we are going to do, we will basically show some kind of like no blog available for this particular category, so you can create a new one, something like that. So we'll take a div here, and then here, or else for now I'll just keep this one as null, but we are going to do some JSX. So here if this is null, sorry, you have to check this one as null. So if there is no current data for this category, so here we'll take a div and we'll do this one as flex call gap of 4, and here we'll take a h2 and we'll show something like no blog available for this category, please create one. Alright, and for this one let's take a class name. So we'll do a mb of 8, we'll do text 3xl, we'll do font as bold, we'll do leading light, or make this one leading tight. And next we'll do text as black. Alright, we'll do dark text white. For SM we are going to do text 4xl, and also I think this is fine, this is enough. Now here what we can do, we can simply render a button here. So we'll import button, and here we'll give a text, so something like create new blog. Alright, and here we'll give on click. Now for on click, what we can do, we can basically import. So we'll import router using use router, and then here we are going to give that you just push this user to router.push to the create page. That's it. Alright, or else if current category is available, then we are going to render all the images and everything. So here, instead of null, what we are going to do, so we'll take a div first, and then inside of this we will take h2. Alright, and here we will render this get latest blog current category dot title, and for this one we'll take the same class name. So we'll copy this from here and we'll paste it here. That's it. And after this we will take another div. Now here we are going to take a class name. We'll do mb of 10, w full, overflow as hidden, and we'll do rounded. Alright, now inside this we'll take another div, and here we'll take a class name. So for this one we are going to do relative. Here we'll do a aspect of we'll do 97 divided by 60. We will do w as full, and for sm we're going to do aspect of 97 divided by 44. Now inside this we are going to render the image. So we'll import image, and here we'll give source. So for source we'll give this get latest current category dot image, or else this will be empty. Here we'll give a alt, so this will be blog, and we'll give fill, and also we're going to give a class name. So we'll give height as full, width as full, we'll give object as cover and object as center. That's it. So now let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. Alright, so you can see that we are getting the latest blog here, and this is the image. This is fine. So now after this, what we are going to do, so here let's take, after this we'll take another paragraph, and here we are going to render this get latest current category dot description. We'll keep this one simple, and here we are going to take mb of 8. We'll do text base, we'll do font medium, we'll do text body color, we'll do for sm we are going to do text as large, for large we are going to do text base, and what else, for XL we are going to do text as large, and I think this is fine. Also let's make the leading as relaxed, and I think this will be fine. Let's see. So you're getting the description also here. So now this is fine. Now next thing what we need to do, on the right side we will be basically having all the categories, and then below that we'll be having the related blogs related to this current category. Alright, so now what we are going to do, so after this we are going to take another div here. So let's take, yeah, I think this is fine here. So we'll take a class name, we'll do w full, we'll do px of 4, and for large we'll do w of 4 by 12. Let me check whether I'm doing in the correct place or not. Yeah, this is fine. Alright, so now here we are going to take another div. We'll take a class name, we'll do mb of 10, we'll do rounded md, we'll do bg primary, we'll do bg opacity of 5, and for dark we'll do bg opacity of 10. That's it. Here we'll take a h3 and we'll do filter by category. Alright, so here we'll take a class name. So here what we'll do border B, border body color, we'll do border opacity of 10, we'll do py of 4, px of 8, we'll do text large, font semi bold, we'll do text as black. For dark we are going to do border white. For dark we'll do border opacity 10, and for dark we are going to do text as white. Alright, so this is fine. Now after this, what we are going to do, we'll take another div and we'll take a class name. We'll take flex wrap, we'll do py of 6 and px of 8. Now here we need to basically map all the categories. Alright, now these categories we have already in our, I think in our index. Let me just check. Here we are having the categories. So if I now go here, alright, so you can see that this is the categories that we are having. So we'll map these categories only. So here we'll do categories dot map. So this will be cat item, something like that. Alright, and here we are going to return a button. Now for this one we'll just import this cat item dot level, and let's take some class name for this button. So here we'll do mr of 3, mb of 3, we'll do inline flex, item center, justify center, we'll do rounded medium, we'll do bg as primary. Alright, and then what else, we'll do py of 2, px of 4, we'll do text as white, and I think this is fine. We'll take a duration of 300. For hover we are going to do, no, I think this is also fine. Let's see how this is looking. Let's format this and let's save it. Let's see what is coming here. Awesome. So on the right side we are having all the categories here. So here application, data, software, technology and science. Now each and every click we have to basically now call the API. Alright, so now what we are going to do, basically whenever we'll click this one, we'll push this current route to the current category. So let's see, if I click on this data, so this will be /category/data, and it will automatically fetch based on that data. I hope this is clear. Alright, so this is one thing. Now next, also another thing we need to do, and that is here we are going to render all the related post. So let's quickly create that structure also. Alright, so after this, so we'll take another div here. Now let's take a class name. So for this one we'll do mb of 10, we'll do rounded md, we'll do bg as primary, we'll do bg opacity of 5, and for dark we'll do bg opacity of 10. Now here we'll take another h3 and we'll do this one as related posts. So here we'll use the same class name that we are using here. Copy this and we'll paste it here. Alright, now let's format this. So after this h3, here we'll take a ul. So let's take a class name. So we'll do a p of 8. Now inside this we'll basically check if related blogs, let's make this one as blogs, and then related blogs dot length, if this is true, or else this will show something like h1, and also no related blogs available, something like that. So here we'll map this. So we'll map related related blocks dot map. So this will be item, and here we'll return li. So first we'll take a key here. So for this one we'll take this item dot id as a key, right? And inside this also let's take a class name for this also. So we'll take a class name, we'll do mb of 6, we'll do border b, we'll do border body color, alright, we'll do border opacity of 10, we'll do pb of 6. For dark we'll do border white, for dark we'll do border opacity of 10. This is fine. So now what we are going to do, we'll basically inside this we'll create our related block structure. Now another thing you need to check, now if let's say, let's also do one thing. For example, for some particular category, let's say there are 100 total blocks are available, so we can't show all the related blocks, right? So what we can do basically, we'll show some like only 9 or 10 related blocks, and rest everything will show in the blocks page only. All right, so now here let's return a div inside this now, and we'll give a class name, we'll do flex item center, we'll do large block, and for excel we'll do flex. Now inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll do mr of 5, and we'll do for large mb of 3, and for excel we'll do mb of 0. Now here we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll give relative, height of 60px, width of 70px, we'll do overflow as hidden, we'll do rounded md. For sm we are going to do height of 75, and for sm we'll do width of 85px. all right, here we'll take image. Now here we'll render the source. So source will be basically here, this item dot image, and alt will show like blog, something like that. Also will show render here fill. This is fine. Now after this what we can do, we'll take another div here, we'll take a class name, we'll do w full, we'll take a h5, and inside this we'll take a link. So you have to give the href. So for now we'll give this one as slash, later every href we are going to change. And also let's take a class name, so we'll do mb of 8px, we'll do block text, we'll do text base, we'll do font medium, what else, we'll do text as black. For dark we're going to do text as white. For hover we're going to do text primary. All right, and I think this is fine. Also for dark hover we are going to use the same text primary. All right, inside this we are going to render this item dot title, and I think this is fine. So now let's format this. I now save this. Let's see what we are getting. See, now we are getting new blog here, and there is only one related blog, correct? Now what we are going to do, on click of each and every item here, we are going to move this current route to the corresponding category. So if I click here on this data, it should basically go to slash category slash data. If I click on software, it will go to slash category slash software. So that is pretty simple. What we can do here, we'll give on click. All right, and this will basically go to router.push, and here it will go to slash category slash. Now here what we need to do, we have to give this cat item dot, we are having this value. That's it. So now let's save it. Let's see what is happening. So now let's see if I click on this data, see it's going to data and we don't have any blog available for this, and there is also no related blog. If I go to software, there is only one, so it will show here, but right side there shouldn't be any. So let's see if I click on software, see there is only one, and right side there is no blog. If I click on application, there is two, technology there is no, science there is no. Now let's do one thing, let's click on this, sorry, let's create a new blog with technology and let's see whether that is reflecting here or not. So let's go to create, let's choose something, so I'll choose this one, so I'll give here technology blog, I'll give new technology blog. Alright, let's copy this, so I'll give here technology, let's create here. So now we are having new blog with tech. If I now go to category, so we are having this one, but let's say if I click on technology, we are having a new one. Awesome. So now you can see that this is working fine. So this category section is now completed. So what is the only thing that is left, and that is if I go to blog and click here, it should go to the blog details page and there will show the details. So for this one we need to create the API route for that, and also you have to create the UI. So let's do that in the next part. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the blog details page. So the first thing is that we have to create our API route. So we'll go to API, let's go to blog post, and here I'll create another folder and let's give this one as blog details, and let's create our route.ts. Now here this will be exactly same as some of the API routes. So let's do one thing, let's copy from here only, and then we are going to change couple of things. So the only thing, this will be a get, alright, and here we'll be getting the ID, so this will be the ID or basically the blog ID, and here we'll be receiving this from blog ID. And here what we are going to do, since this will be like blog details, so what we need to do, this will be prisma.post dot, here we have to do find unique, alright, because we are finding a unique blog based on the ID, where ID, so based on ID we are doing, so this will be number of this blog ID, alright, and then this will be exactly same if blog details is true, so this will be, we have to return the data, so return the data which will be this blog details, and we can remove this, and here this will fail to fetch the blog details, and this is done. Alright, so now what we need to do, so this is all about the API route we need, and this is pretty simple. So now we can basically go to our our page. So I think we are having, let me just close this, we are having blogs, and then we are having here inside this we can basically create. So let's create a folder and let's give this one name as ID, and here I'll create page.tsx. So here what we can do, we can basically simply create, so this will be export default async function, this will be blog details, and here this will receive params. Now here for these params, this will basically give me the ID from, because this is a dynamic route. So for now we can give it any, or also you can create an interface, because if you create an interface, let's say I'll show you, so you can create an interface of param, and here you can pass this ID as string, so this will be your interface. Alright, and let's return here. So for this one we are going to also create the UI. So inside our components we're having these blogs, and we are having blog list, single blog, so we'll create another folder and let's give this one name as blog details. Let's create index.tsx, and this will be a client component, so we'll do export default function, so this will be blog details, we can give blog details home, something like that, and we will return. So this will basically receive the blog data, so it will receive a blog which will be the type of blog. Alright, and for now we'll return here simply blog details. and we'll see what we are getting in this blog. Now let's make this one as blog data. Alright, so here we'll see what we are getting in this blog data. So now here we are going to return this blog details home, and we'll pass the blog data. So for this one we'll create a method. So this will be async function extract blog details, which will receive id, which will be a string. Alright, so here we'll do const race, which will be await fetch. So first we'll go to our process dot environment dot url slash api slash, we have to go to blog post, and then we have to go to slash blog details, and here we have to pass the blog id. So you can see that this is the blog id. Let's make this one caps. Alright, so here pass blog id, which will be this id that we'll be receiving, and here this will be a method of get. For cache we are going to do no store. That's it. So here we'll do const data equal to await race dot json, and if data dot success is true, we are going to return data dot data. That's it. And here we'll do const blog data equal to await. So this will be extract blog data, and id we are going to receive from this this id, because this is a dynamic route. This I already discussed. So here we'll get the id from this params, and this we are going to pass it here. Alright, now this blog data we need to pass as a prof in this component. So we'll do blog data, which will be this blog data. So now let's save it. Let's save everything. So now what we need to do, we'll go to our single blog. I can see that we are having this title here. So now on click of this, it should go to slash blogs, and slash we have to basically pass the, so we are having this id, right? So we'll go to the id, so it will go to slash blog slash id. Alright, so now let's see what is happening. So if I click here, it should go to slash blog slash the id of this item, and also you have logged the blog data. So let's see what you're getting in the blog data. So now let's see if I click here. See, now we are getting the data. So it's go to blog slash 5, and we got the data based on this 5. If I go to, and then let's click here, so you're getting the data based on this. Alright, and this is working fine. Alright, so now let's start working on the UI. So we'll go here, go to this page, let's close everything. So first thing we'll check if this is not available, this blog data is null. So we'll basically return or return null, something like that. And here let's take a section, and we'll do take here class name. We'll do pt of 150px, pb of 120px. We'll take a div, class name will take container. Alright, inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name of -mx4 flex column. We'll do gap of 4, item center, and justify center. Inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll do w full px of 4, and for large we are going to do w of 8/12. Alright, now here we'll take another h2, and we are going to render the title. So this will be this blog data dot title. Alright, let's format this, and let's take a class name here. So for this one we will let's take it from the category page only. I think we are using the same kind of styling there also. So we'll go here. So I think we can basically take this class name and let's paste it here. Let's save this. Let's see. Alright, so we are getting here. This is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do after this h2, let me format this. So we take another div. Let's take a class name. We'll do mb of 10. We'll do flex wrap. We'll do item center, justify between. We'll do border b, border body color. We'll do border opacity of 10. We'll do pb of 4. For dark we'll do border white. For dark we are going to do border opacity of 10. Alright, so after this, inside this we'll take another div here. We'll take a class name. We'll do flex wrap and item center. Alright, let's take another div here. We'll take a class name. Do mr of 10, mb of 5, flex and item center. Now here we'll take another div. We'll give a class name. We'll do mr of 4. Now we are going to render the image. So we'll do class name. Here we'll do relative. Then we'll do height of 10, width of 10. We'll do overflow as hidden and we'll do rounded full. Now here we are going to render the user image. So we'll take image and this will be source. So this will be block data of user image. We'll do alt and in this alt we will show user and we'll do fill. That's it. Alright, and now after this div we will not this one. So here we are going to take another div. We'll give a class name of w full and we'll take a h4 and also by means the username we are going to render. So we'll class name mb of 1, text base. We'll do font medium and we'll do text body color. Alright, now after this, here we are going to take a span and here what we are going to do, we will basically show the username. So what we're going to do, we'll do block data dot user id dot split. We are going to split with this and then we'll show the first element. And here we'll take a class name, we'll do pl of 2. Let's format and save this. Let's see what we are getting. So you can see that we are getting my name here and this is the username. So this is fine. So now what we are going to do, we also have to render the current category for this particular blog. So what we can do, let's take it. Okay, after this we can take. So here we'll take another div. We'll take a class name. We'll do mb of 5 and here we are going to take a link and here we are going to render the block data dot category. And for href what will happen, this will basically go to that current category. So here what we are going to do, this will go to slash category and slash this category page. Alright, that's it. Now for this one, let's take a class name. So we'll do inline flex, we'll do item center, justify center, we'll do rounded full, we'll do bgs primary, we'll do py of 2, px of 4, we'll do text sm, font semi bold, and we'll do text as white. Let's format this. Let's see what we're getting. Alright, so now we're getting take. So if I now click here, it should go to that particular page. So let's see here what is happening. So it's going to take. Alright, this is working fine. If I click here and let's click here, it's going to application. Alright, so after this, now we have to basically render the main image here. So what we can do, so after this link, let's take it here. Yep. So here we are going to take another div. Now inside this we'll take a div and we'll take a class name. We'll do MB of 10, W full, overflow as hidden. This will be 10. And then we'll do rounded. Inside this we'll take another div, take a class name, we'll do relative, we'll do aspect of 97 by 60. We'll do W full. For SM we are going to do aspect of 97 divided by 44. Inside this we are going to take an image and here we are going to render the blog data dot image or else empty source alt, this will be blog. We'll do fill and also let's take class name. We'll do object as cover and object as center, and I think this is fine. Now after this we are going to take a p and we are going to render the blog data dot description. Now for this one we can use the same class name that we are using here also. So let's format all of this. Let's see what is happening. Alright, so now we are getting this data here also. So if I go here, let's click here. So you're getting the data here. If I click here, it is going to this page. Alright, so now after this, what we are going to do, we will basically render the input. So to comment for that particular blog. Alright, so here we'll take a div. We'll take a class name, we'll do W as full. For large we'll do for large we'll do W of 8 by 12, we'll do flex, gap of 4. Now inside this we'll take a input and let's give a name as comment, ID as comment, placeholder, enter, or let's give add comment here. Alright, and also what we are going to do, we have to take a class name for this also. So we'll take a W full, we'll do rounded as MD, we'll do border transparent, we'll do PY of 3, PX of 6, text base, we'll do text body color, we'll do placeholder body color, we'll do shadow 1, we'll do outline as none, and then we're going to do focus. For focus we'll do border primary. For focus visible we'll do shadow as none. For dark we are going to do BG of as 242B51, and for dark we are going to do shadow of sign up. This is fine. Also you have to take the value and on change that we are going to do. Here we are going to do this one as autofocus, and we'll do autocomplete as off. Alright, now inside this we're going to take a button. So this will be text. So here we'll give enter add comment, and for on click. For now I'll pass any method here. Let's save it. Let's see. So now let's click here. So I think this is fine. Or let's make this one as save, something like that. Or let's make this one as add. Yeah, I think this is fine. Alright, so now here you will be able to add a new comment here, and that comment will be showing here. But currently for any of the blogs we don't have any comment, because comment is always empty. So you can see that if I now refresh here, so you can see that comments are empty. So you have to create another route, API route, to update the comments, right? And once that is done, then we'll be start working on the UI part. And also here what we are going to do, let's say I'm adding a new comment here and I am the author here, author of this particular blog. So you can see that this is created by me. So I'll show if I'm adding any comment here, so it basically shows in bracket that this is this comment is added by the author. All right, so that we are going to do in the next part. All right, so let's start creating the API route for these comments. So what we can do, we'll go to our API and then blog post. Then I'll create another folder here and let's give this, I think we already have update post. All right, awesome. So here this will be a put request, and here first thing what we are going to do, we'll basically take the data. So this will be extract data, and this will be await request dot JSON. Now here we'll do const updated blog post, and this will be await Prisma dot post dot update. So we are going to update this particular post based on what? So based on the ID. So here we'll be receiving the ID. So this ID will be this extract data dot ID, and also we have to basically convert this one to number. Also we have to pass the data. So we'll pass the data. So data will be our comments. So these comments actually we want to update. So here you can see that we are having these comments. So these comments will be this extract data dot comments. All right, and here what we are going to do, so if we'll check if this updated blog post is true, so we are going to return next response dot JSON. So success will be true and message will be blog post updated. Else we are going to return false, and here we'll show that failed to update the post, please try again. And this is done. So now let's save it. All right, now we'll go to our blog details, and here I'll create another state for this input. So I'll come here and then let's do like this. So what we can do, we can create this state in this file only. So here we'll create something like comment and then set comment. This will be use state. So this will dispatch a string value which will be empty, and also you have to basically get the data from the session. So we'll import this also. Now here what we are going to do, here basically, sorry, so here we'll do async function and we'll do handle comment save. All right, now here first we have to get the comments. So we'll get the comments from where? From this blog data dot comments, because this is the data that we are having here. So comments is a part of this data. So we can, what we can do, so instead of directly manipulating that, we are first destructuring. So this will be dot comments, which will be empty. All right, and then we'll come here. So you have to basically handle this. So here we'll pass a value. So value will be comment, and we have to do on change. So on change, this will be event. Event will be a type of react dot change event. and this is a HTML input element. All right, and here we'll do set comment as event dot target dot value. And here another thing we can do, we can give it let's do one thing. I think for now this is fine, later we can improve this one. So now here we'll get the current comment value here, and then also you have to give the on click here. So let's give it here. So this will be our on click. And now here what we are going to do, simply we will basically push this one. So we'll do comments dot push, and here what we'll basically push, we'll push the current comment, which is this one. All right, so we'll take this one, so we'll push the current comment, and also we will push another thing, and that is we will basically push that which is the current user that is adding this particular comment. So from where we'll get this one, we'll get this one from this session. So here we'll basically pass this session dot user dot new. All right, so this is done. So now I'll do const response, we'll do await fetch. So this will go to /API/ we'll go to blogs, then we have to go to blog post, and then / you have to go to update post. Now here this will be method will be put, and here what else we need to pass, we also need to pass headers. So headers here, this will be content type as application /JSON, and also you have to pass the body. So in the body this will be JSON dot stringify. Now here what we are going to do, we'll pass two things. One is the ID we'll pass, which is this ID, which will be block data dot ID. All right, and also we'll pass the comments. All right, which is basically these comments. So let's make this one as extract comments. All right, and here this will be extract comments. So these two things we are passing here, if you see, we're passing ID and also the comments. All right, so now here we'll do const data equal to await response dot JSON, and let's log here this data. Let's see what you're getting, and we'll give some identifier here. So comment 1 2 3. Let's save it. All right, so here we'll give comment 1 2 3. So let's give here hi. Let's add here. So you can see that this is updated now, and this is the blog post number 5. So if I now go here, so this is the first one. Let's refresh this, and now here we'll do all rows. So you're getting one hi, and then this is the user that added. Now from here we'll get both the things. We'll split it with this, we'll get the message, and also we'll get the which user basically added this particular comment. I hope this is clear. So now what we can do, simply we'll do if this data and data dot success is true. So we'll do two things. We'll do set comment as empty, and here we'll do router. I think we have to import it. So we'll do here const router equal to use router, and we'll do here router dot we'll do refresh here. That's it. All right, so let's save this. Now we'll come below, and then we have to render this here. Now what we can do, simply after this button we'll take another section here. Let's give a class name. So we'll give a class name of, for dark we're going to give bg gray of 900. We'll do py of 8. For large we'll do py of 16. We'll do w full, and for large we are going to do w of 8 by 12. Inside this we'll take another div. We'll take a class name, make this one as flex, justify between, we'll do item center, and we'll do MB of 6. Inside this we'll take a h2 and we'll show a discussion. So for discussion, how many? So here we'll show how many comments are there. Alright, so for this one we'll basically show something like comments, we'll do blog data dot comments dot length. Alright, so these many discussions are there, and for this one we'll take a class name, we'll do text as large. For large we'll do text 2XL, we'll do font bold, we'll do text gray 900, and for dark we are going to do text as white. Let's make this one text as black. Normally this is fine. Alright, so now after this what we are going to do, we'll check if this blog data and then blog data dot comments and then blog data dot comments dot length greater than 0, or else will show null. So here what we are going to do, we'll do blog data dot comments and we'll map it, so this will be comment. Now here what we are going to do, we will return a div here. Alright, now let's give the class name for this one, so we'll do p of 6, we'll do text base, we'll do rounded large, and we'll do dark bg gray 900. Alright, now inside this we're going to take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll do flex, justify between, we'll do item center, and we'll do MB of 2. Now here we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, so we'll do flex and item as center. Now here we are going to render the comments. Now for this paragraph we are going to take a class name, so we'll do inline flex. Alright, and we'll do item as center, mr of 3, we'll do text sm, and we'll do text as black. For dark we are going to do text as white, and we'll do font semi bold. Alright, now what we are going to do, basically as I already told you, that we need to check that which user added this comment. Now if this user is same as the current logged in user, that means not logged in user, if the user that added this comment is same as this user ID, so you can see that this user ID, that means this user ID is basically denotes that this blog is created by this particular user, and the same user ID is present here, that means this is the author of that particular blog. I hope you are getting this. I'll repeat again, if this user ID is same as this user ID here, that means this is the author of this particular blog or the creator, and he is commenting this one, so we'll show some kind of author. So what we can do simply here, we'll basically do this comment, we'll split this one with this of 1 if this is equal to blog data dot user ID. Then what we are going to do, so here we will basically render the comment, so this will be comment dot split with this of 0. Alright, now here I think what basically we are doing, here what we need to do, we'll render the author, so here we'll basically split with this and then take this value here. So what we can do, instead of taking it 1, so we'll split it with this and take one element. One element is basically this one here, then again we'll split with this and then take this element. So here again we'll do dot split and then we'll split with this and take this element. Alright, and then after this we are going to take a bracket and we will show here author, or else what we'll do, we'll simply do comment dot split, and then we are going to split with this first, take the first element dot split, and then split with this and take the first element. That's it. So this is all about the author. And now next, what we are going to do, so after this, so we'll take another p here, and here we'll take a class name. So here we'll do text gray 500 and dark will do text gray 400, and here we'll basically render the comment. So comment will be this dot split with this of 0. Let's save it. Let's see what you're getting. So you're getting discussion 1, and this is the author. So author is basically added here. If I do here hello, let's add here. See, now this is updated here. Alright, if I add another one hi there, so this is updated immediately. Alright, so I think everything is done. So let's go here and let's come back again. So you're getting all the data, and this is working fine. Hey there. Alright, so this is done. Now what I'll do in the next part, I'll log in with my different GitHub accounts. I already created a dummy account to test this one. I'll check from the both the account that whether this is working fine or not. But before that, another thing we need to do. So let's quickly create the JSX structure for this home page also, so that everything will be created. And after that, we need to only test this whole application. So this part we are going to do in the next video. Right everyone, so let's start working on this home page first. So here we just have to show some text and a button. So there is much here. So let's go to our page.tsx, and here this one we can make as a client component. So let's remove this one. So here we'll take a section, and let's take a class name. So for this one we'll make this one as a relative, do z index of 10, we'll do overflow as hidden, we'll do pt of 120px, we'll do pb of 16, for md we'll do pt of 150px, for md we are going to do pb of 120px, for xl we'll do pt of 180px, and for xl we're going to do pb of 160px. For 2xl we'll do pt of 210px, and for 2xl we are going to do pb of 200px. Alright, inside this we'll take a div. Let's take a class name of container, and here we are going to take another div. We'll take a class name, we'll make this one as -mx4 flex wrap. Alright, inside this we'll take another div. We'll make this one class name as wfull px of 4. Now here we'll take another div. We'll take a class name, we'll make this one mx of auto, max w of 800px, and text as center. Alright, so here we'll take the heading, and let's give this one name as free Next.js FullStack website using Prisma. Now if you want, you can give any text you want here. Alright, so here we'll take a class name, so we'll do mb of 5, we'll do text 3xl, we'll do font bold, we'll do leading tight, we'll do text as black, for dark we're going to do text as white, for sm we'll do text 4xl, for sm we'll do leading tight, for md we're going to do text 5xl, and for md also we're going to do leading tight. Right, let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. Alright, so here it is coming. Now after this, what we can do, we'll take a simple paragraph, and here we'll show some message like some small description that this is a free Next.js template, or let's make this one as full stack template that you can use to create blogs based on different category, and also you can chat with others. This website is full of functionalities, like anything you can give here. Let's format this, and here we'll give a class name. So we'll give MB of 12. We'll do text base. We'll do font medium. We'll do leading as relaxed. We'll do text body color. For dark we're going to do text of white, and for dark we'll do opacity of 90. For SM we are going to do text as large, and for MD we'll do text as Excel. Let's format this. Let's see what is happening. Alright, this is fine. Now after this, what we can do, we can simply take another div here, and here we'll import link, and here we'll basically show something like explore all blogs, and this will basically go to /blogs. Alright, so for this div let's take a class name. So here we'll do flex call item as center, justify center. We'll do space y4. For SM we are going to do flex row. For SM we'll do space x of 4, and for SM we'll do space y of 0. And for this link we'll take a class name. Here we'll do rounded MD. We'll do BG as primary. We'll do PY of 4, PX of 8. We'll do text base, and we'll do font semi bold. We'll do text as white, and I think this is fine. And also let's do for hover, we are going to do BG primary divided by 80. Oh sorry, we have to give this one as hover. That's it. Alright everyone, so let's see how it is coming. Alright, so I think this is looking fine. And alright, so I think there is some problem with this call. Let me check what we are using here. Alright, this is fine, but if I go to header, oh see, this is a mistake. This we have to do is call y, not screen y. And also here let's give a z index, because we are using z index there. So now let's see whether this is working or not. Alright, so this is fine. Now if I go to blogs, alright, so now this is also working. And let's go to blog details. Awesome. So I think everything is done. Now I will show you one very interesting thing. So you can see that I logged in with my different account here. Alright, so this is a different GitHub account. Now I will show you one thing, like if I create a new blog from this particular account, and let's see whether each and every functionality is working or not. So let's go to create page, and from this I'll create another one. So let's give, which one, this one. So I'll give here blog from different account. This is just to test all the functionality. And here I'll select this one as technology, and let's create a new blog. So now you'll see that we are getting blocked from a different account. Now in this account we don't have delete functionality, and here the user is different, and here we are getting the delete. If I go to this account, let's go to blogs now. So here you can see that now this is a different account, like and that is the reason you are not getting the delete here, and this is working fine. Let's go to category. Now here if I click on technology, and we are getting both here updated, and this is working fine. Alright everyone, so now I think almost everything is completed, but I will show you one very interesting thing, and that is on this comment feature we are not using any real-time data feature for now. So what is happening, let's see if I add a comment here in this account and add this one. You can see this is updated here, but this is not updated at the same time on the real time. So from the client side, I will show you one way that you can achieve that. So what we can do, we can basically set an interval, and on a certain interval we'll call this detail API, let's say after 2 seconds or 1 second, and in that time you will see that on the real time this will be updated. For now, if I now refresh this, you'll see that then only this is getting updated. Alright, so let's see how we are going to achieve that. So for this one, what we can do, alright, so in this details page we'll take a use effect. Alright, and here let's take a interval, something like this. So we'll do let interval, which will be set interval, and here we'll take a time of, let's say, 2 seconds, and here we'll do every 2 seconds we'll do router dot refresh. Although this is not the best way of doing that, but one of the way you can do this one, and this is also known as like kind of fast refresh. And on return, what you can do, you can basically clear this interval. That's it. Alright, if I now save it, now let's see what will happen. Now here, if I, let's say if I add something here, how are you, something like that, and I'll add here also another thing I forgot to mention, and that is because while calling this API we are doing this cache is no store. Now here what we need to do, we have to revalidate this one every 0 seconds. So here we can pass a next property, and we can pass a revalidated as 0. Now if I now save this, now I think this should work. So what we can do, I think here first let me refresh both of these. Alright, now if I add this comment here, alright, so both the places you can see this is updated. Awesome, right? If I add here, I am fine Sangam, thanks for asking. If I add from a different account, see in both the places this is updated here. Alright, so in this way you can also achieve this one. If I now show you the network request, you will see that every 2 seconds this data will be getting, this API will be getting called. Here you can see that every 2 seconds is getting called. But if I now try to go to a different page, that time you'll see that because this page is now unmounted, so will not be calling that API again. Alright. Hey everyone, before ending this particular video, I noticed there are 2 improvements that we need to do. So the first one is that if I'm not logged in, I'll not be able to add any comment here. So this functionality we need to add. So let's go to our blog details page, and here what we can do, simply we can basically check here if this session is not equal to null, then only we'll be able to see this, or else this will be empty or null. Alright, so here we can basically copy this, cut it, and then we'll paste it here. That's it. So now let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. Alright, also you have to give the style here. Let's remove this part from here. Alright, I think this is fine. So now let's see if I now log out. So I'm not getting any comment section here. I now log in. Alright, now I'm getting. So this is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, let's say if I'm not logged in, so I'll not be able to access this create route. So for this one, what we can do, we can go to our context, And here what we can do, we can basically take path name. So this will be our use path name. So what we can do, simply we can check if session is equal to null and path name is equal to slash create. So what we can do, we can simply redirect the user to the home page. So we'll do const router, this will be use router. All right, and then what we can do, we can do router, sorry, we have to leave here. So we'll do router dot push, and this will go to the slash home page. Now let's save it, let's see what is happening. So if I now, okay, alright, this will refresh. Now let's log out. Now let's see if I try to go to create page, let's see what is happening. Alright, so you can see that it's going back to this page. But if I now log in and let's go to create, now this is working fine. So these two things that we need to improve, I think now everything else is completed. So I think this is all about this particular application that you have created. I hope that you learn a lot of things, how to use this Prisma, PostgreSQL. Also you've integrated Firebase also. So that's all for this particular video. If you like this video, give a like, comment down, and please subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.